It's funny looking back how many little things you just don't see until it's too late, like breadcrumbs scattered in the dark, leading you right into a trap you helped build. My name is Alex Thorne, and for nearly 2 decades, I was the face of evening news at WNVC TV right here in the bustling heart of the city. 38 years old at the time, I thought I'd seen it all: elections, scandals, human interest pieces that made you laugh, and tragedies that made you weep. I prided myself on my professional distance, my ability to deliver the news with an unshakable calm, no matter how chaotic the world outside. That calm was my armor, my carefully constructed identity. But that armor, I realize now, was paper-thin. It couldn't protect me from what was coming. It certainly couldn't protect Ben Carter. Ben was my co-anchor, a broadcast veteran who'd been sitting across from me on that gleaming news desk for 12 years. He was more than a colleague. He was a mentor, a confidant, almost a second father. He was in his late 60s, a man with a booming laugh that could fill a newsroom and a gravitas that commanded respect. Off camera, he was famous for his meticulously crafted stories, often delving into local politics with a sharp, incisive eye. His scripts were legendary, always polished, always potent. He was a stickler for accuracy, a true old-school journalist in an age of soundbites. Our world was the brightly lit chaos of the studio, the constant hum of equipment, the frantic energy of producers, researchers, and editors. It was a well-oiled machine, and Ben was one of its most essential gears. I trusted him implicitly, and I trusted our team, especially Sarah. Sarah Miller was our lead teleprompter editor, a quiet, efficient woman in her early 30s with a meticulous eye for detail. She'd been with us for 5 years, and her job was critical, ensuring every word on that screen was exactly what Ben and I were meant to say. She was the final gatekeeper before the words went live. Ben relied on her heavily, often sending her his scripts for a final pass, sometimes even dictating changes to her directly just minutes before airtime. There was an unspoken understanding between them, a seamless dance of words and timing. We all saw it, we all approved of it, it made our lives easier. The evening of October 23rd started like any other Tuesday. The air in the newsroom buzzed with the usual pre-broadcast tension, a familiar current that always made my adrenaline hum. Ben and I were in the green room, going over the rundown, swapping jokes. He seemed a little more subdued than usual, perhaps a touch more focused. He kept glancing at his watch, a heavy gold piece he rarely took off. "Big story tonight, Alex," he'd said, a strange glint in his eye. "Something I've been chasing for months." I just nodded, used to his theatrics. "Another city council expose, Ben. Are we going to see Mayor Thompson sweat again?" He just smiled, a thin, almost secretive curve of his lips. Bigger, much bigger. Looking back, that smile, it wasn't his usual hearty grin. It was tight, almost strained. A whisper of unease, barely audible above the noise of my own routine, tried to break through, but I dismissed it. Ben had a flair for the dramatic, especially when he thought he had a scoop. I figured he was just building up the suspense, as he often did. The minute hand crept toward 6:00 p.m. We moved from the green room to the brightly lit studio, the floor dotted with cables and cameras. The set glowed under the hot lights, the news desk pristine. Ben took his seat to my left, adjusting his tie, checking his microphone. I remember him taking a deep, almost shaky breath. "Ready, Ben?" I asked, a reassuring smile on my face. He looked at me, and for a fleeting second, his eyes held a depth I hadn't seen before, a mix of resolve and something else, something akin to fear. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then closed it, shaking his head slightly. "Always, Alex," he'd replied, but his voice was huskier than usual. A producer, Mark, gave us the 30-second countdown. The energy in the studio intensified, the crew moving with purpose, ready for their cues. The familiar countdown in my earpiece began: 15, 10, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then, as the red light on camera 1 clicked on and the opening theme music swelled to its peak, Ben Carter clutched his chest. His eyes widened, a gasp tearing from his throat, and he slumped forward right there on the news desk, his head hitting the polished wood with a sickening thud. The theme music was still playing, oblivious. The camera was still rolling. The director, a normally unflappable woman named Janice, screamed into my earpiece, "Cut, cut, get us to commercial." The red light on the camera flickered off. The music died. A profound, unnatural silence fell over the studio, broken only by the frantic shouts of the crew rushing towards Ben. It was a silence that would haunt me for years, a void where the expected sound of Ben's opening lines should have been. That's when it truly began. That's when the seed of dread, subtle as it was, firmly took root. The profound, unnatural silence that had fallen over the studio was shattered almost immediately. Janice, our director, her voice an octave higher than I'd ever heard it, was screaming into my earpiece, "Paramedics! Someone call paramedics! Mark, get over there!" Mark, the producer, was already at Ben's side, fumbling for a pulse on his wrist, his face a mask of abject horror. I felt my own chair scraping back as I pushed myself away from the desk, my legs heavy, disconnected. The bright lights of the studio, moments before a familiar comfort, now felt like a harsh, interrogating glare. My mind, usually so sharp and analytical, was a chaotic mess of static. Ben slumped forward, his face obscured, looked terribly small, terribly vulnerable. It couldn't be happening, not Ben, not like this. My training, years of it, kicked in with a terrifying jolt. Stay calm, assess, report, but there was nothing to report, only a swirling void of disbelief. I reached for Ben, my hand hovering, unsure what to do, what I could do. His skin, even from a slight distance, had an unnatural pallor. "He's not breathing," Mark shouted, his voice cracking. He ripped open Ben's shirt, exposing his chest, and began frantic compressions. A cameraman, quick thinking, grabbed a small first aid kit, extracting an AID, while others tried to clear a path, shouting instructions and questions. The studio, moments ago a picture of controlled professionalism, was now a scene of utter pandemonium. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only a minute or two before the piercing wail of sirens grew louder outside the building, cutting through the general din of the newsroom. Within minutes, a team of paramedics, swift and grim-faced, burst into the studio. They took over from Mark, their movements practiced, efficient, their voices low and urgent. They cut away Ben's jacket and shirt entirely, attaching electrodes to his chest, the flat line on the portable monitor a stark, cruel indictment. I stood there frozen, a mere few feet away, watching, helpless. My co-anchor, my mentor, my friend, was a patient on a gurney, surrounded by strangers fighting for a life that seemed to be slipping away. The image burned itself into my memory, every frantic movement, every strained face. I could hear the faint, rhythmic beeps of their equipment, a counterpoint to the thudding in my own ears. They worked on him for what felt like an hour, but couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. The air grew heavy with unspoken dread. Finally, one of the paramedics, a woman with tired but resolute eyes, looked up, shaking her head almost imperceptibly at the lead. "He's gone," she said, her voice soft but firm, cutting through the sterile silence that had inexplicably returned. The words hit me like a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. Gone, just like that. The man who had been cracking jokes with me just half an hour ago, the man who was about to deliver his biggest story ever, was simply gone. The news desk, a symbol of our shared professional life, suddenly felt like an altar stained by an irreversible tragedy. Janice let out a choked sob from somewhere behind me. Mark buried his face in his hands. The entire studio crew, usually a hardened, stoic bunch, seemed to sag under the weight of the pronouncement. Grief, sharp and sudden, began to ripple through the room. "We need to call his family," someone whispered, "and the police." The police, right, standard procedure for an unexpected death. The rational part of my brain, the part that had delivered countless reports on such events, started ticking. But the emotional part was still reeling, trying to process the enormity of it. The next few hours were a blur of questions, flashing lights, and the hollow ache in my chest. Uniformed officers arrived, followed by detectives, their expressions ranging from professional courtesy to somber sympathy. They took statements from everyone present: Mark, Janice, the cameramen, sound engineers, and eventually me. "Mr. Thorne, can you describe exactly what happened?" A detective, whose name I later learned was Miller, asked me, his gaze steady and unwavering. I recounted the events, my voice surprisingly steady, considering the turmoil within. Ben's subdued mood, his big story comment, the strange glint in his eye, the almost fearful look just before we went live, the sudden collapse. I omitted nothing, trying to piece together a coherent narrative, though it felt fragmented, surreal. "Did Mr. Carter have any known health issues?" Miller asked, scribbling in a small notebook. "Not that I know of," I replied, frowning. "He was fit, always walked to work, played golf. He never complained about anything serious." "And the big story he mentioned?" "He was always very cagey about his big scoops," I explained. "He loved the build-up, but he said it was bigger than anything he'd done before, bigger than a city council exposé." Miller nodded, his expression unreadable. "Did he specify what it was about, who it involved?" "No," I admitted, "just bigger." They interviewed Sarah Miller, our teleprompter editor, too. I saw her later, her face pale, eyes red-rimmed. She'd been just offset in the control booth overseeing the script when Ben collapsed. The shock had clearly hit her hard. She was usually so composed, a quiet fixture in the newsroom. Now she looked fragile. "Did Ben give you his final script tonight, Sarah?" I asked her quietly, finding her by the water cooler a little later. My voice was a raw whisper. She jumped, startled, then nodded. "Yes, Alex, about 15 minutes before air. He came over, dictated some last-minute changes, then said he was good to go." Her voice trembled. I can't believe it. He was fine. He seemed so focused." "He told me he had a big story," I said, watching her carefully. She blinked. "Oh, well, I didn't see anything unusual in the script for the opening segment. It was just the usual lead-in to the headlines." "He meant his main segment, probably," I suggested, though a tiny flicker of unease started in my gut. Ben's big story usually meant a lead item not buried in the headlines, but he had been particularly dramatic. The official cause of death, declared later that night after an initial assessment, was a massive myocardial infarction, a heart attack. A sudden, devastating event exacerbated by his age. It was tragic, everyone agreed, but medically plausible. The police, satisfied there was no foul play, released the scene. But I couldn't shake the unease, Ben's demeanor, that strange glint, the fear, the secrecy about his big story. And then Sarah saying the opening script was usual. Perhaps the big story was later in the broadcast, but even so, his level of intensity, it felt off. The station was a tomb of hushed voices and somber faces. The executive team, led by our general manager, David Jenkins, held an emergency meeting. The decision was swift and agonizing. We had to report Ben's death. The news of a beloved local anchor dying on live television was, ironically, the biggest story in the city. The raw irony of it was crushing. I was tasked with anchoring the special report. Me, alone, the thought made my stomach churn. How could I deliver the news of my friend's death when my own world felt like it had collapsed? But there was no choice, someone had to do it. That night, instead of my usual calm delivery, my voice was strained, my eyes red-rimmed, my professional distance shattered. I looked into the camera, not seeing a lens, but a million grieving faces, and tried to articulate the loss. It is with profound sadness that we report the passing of our beloved colleague and friend, Ben Carter, who suffered a fatal heart attack just moments before tonight's broadcast. The words felt hollow, inadequate. I felt like a fraud, delivering news I still couldn't truly believe. The city mourned, tributes poured in from politicians, community leaders, and countless ordinary citizens whose evenings Ben had brightened for decades. His memorial service, held a week later, was standing room only. I delivered the eulogy, my voice breaking more than once, sharing anecdotes of Ben's dedication, his booming laugh, his unwavering commitment to truth. Everyone, it seemed, was united in their grief. Everyone, perhaps, except for a small, insistent voice in the back of my own mind, a voice that whispered about breadcrumbs. In the days that followed, the WNVC newsroom felt like a different place. The familiar hum of energy was replaced by a somber quiet. Ben's empty chair at the anchor desk was a constant, stark reminder. I found myself automatically glancing to my left, expecting to see him, expecting his dry wit, his encouraging nod. David Jenkins called me into his office one morning about 2 weeks after Ben's death. His office was sleek, modern, with a panoramic view of the city skyline. It usually felt invigorating, now it felt cold. "Alex," he began, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. "Take a seat, we need to talk about the future." I sat, bracing myself. I knew what was coming. The station couldn't run with an empty chair forever. "Ben's shoes are impossible to fill," David continued, his voice softer than usual. "He was a legend, but life and news goes on." He paused, looking directly at me. "The board and I have decided we want you to step up, to take the lead anchor position permanently, and we'll bring in a new co-anchor to sit beside you." I wasn't surprised, but the weight of it still settled heavily on my shoulders. "David, I appreciate the trust, but Ben, it's still so raw." "I know, Alex, we all feel it," he said, his gaze empathetic. "But you're ready. You've been anchoring with Ben for 12 years. You're respected. You understand WNVC's ethos. This is your time." It was my time, professionally speaking, but it felt wrong, like an inheritance I hadn't wanted, earned through tragedy. "What about Ben's office, his files?" I asked, diverting the conversation, a thought suddenly occurring to me. He was working on that big story. David sighed. "Yes, his personal effects have been cleared out by his family. His office files, we've had a look. Standard journalistic research, a lot of old city council reports, nothing that seemed bigger than usual, no smoking gun, no earth-shattering exposé sitting on his desk." He shrugged. It was probably just Ben's usual flair for the dramatic. He loved building up suspense. "But he was serious, David," I insisted, a spark of Ben's own stubbornness igniting in me. He had a look in his eye, something almost fearful. David leaned forward, his expression softening further. "Alex, he was 68 years old. He had a massive heart attack. It's a tragedy. And it's natural to search for deeper meaning, to question everything when someone dies so suddenly. But sometimes a heart attack is just a heart attack, and Ben's big story was probably just a well-researched piece on local politics that he was proud of." He stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. "Focus on the future, Alex. Focus on the news. Ben would have wanted that." I left his office with a promotion I didn't quite feel ready for and a persistent, knowing doubt. David's explanation was logical, reassuring even, but it didn't quite fit the Ben I knew. Ben didn't just say something was big to be dramatic. When he said it was big, it usually was. The memory of Sarah's words, "I didn't see anything unusual in the script for the opening segment," echoed in my mind. Ben had come to her 15 minutes before air, dictating last-minute changes. What if those changes weren't for the opening segment, but for his segment, the one where he was going to break his big story? The thought began to bother me slowly, steadily, like a drip becoming a persistent leak. I decided to do some digging covertly without raising any eyebrows. It was journalistic instinct, yes, but also a personal need to understand. If Ben had been working on something truly important, something dangerous even, then his death might not have been just a tragedy. I started with the station archives. Every broadcast, every script was meticulously stored. I requested the scripts for the evening of October 23rd, specifically Ben's segments. It took a few days to get them, buried under the usual bureaucratic layers. When they arrived, a thick stack of printed pages, I spread them out on my desk in my newly inherited, somewhat larger office. The familiar WNVC logo on top, the timestamp, the segment breakdowns. I scanned the opening segment exactly as Sarah had described it, generic headlines, whether a quick tease for the upcoming stories. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I moved to Ben's designated segment, typically appearing about 20 minutes into the broadcast. It was titled Local Focus, City Infrastructure. The script detailed a rather dry report on the state of the city's aging water pipes and the proposed budget for their repair. It was solid journalism, certainly well-researched, with quotes from city engineers and council members, but bigger than anything he'd done before. This was hardly a groundbreaking exposé that would make Mayor Thompson sweat. It was a good, important local story, but not the earth-shattering scoop Ben had promised. My unease solidified into something colder, harder. This wasn't Ben's big story. This was a diversion or a placeholder. I pulled up the video archive of that evening's broadcast, the one that never aired, the one that ended with Ben's collapse. I fast-forwarded to the point where Ben's segment would have begun. The screen showed the opening graphics for Local Focus, then abruptly cut to a commercial break that never ended. But what if Ben had planned to deviate from this script? What if the real story was in his head, or on a different piece of paper, or stored on a drive that no one had found? I thought back to that crucial 15 minutes before airtime. Ben had gone to Sarah, dictated last-minute changes. Sarah had said the opening segment was usual, but what about his segment? Had he given her a different script entirely, or told her to hold off on printing something until the last second? I decided to talk to Sarah again, this time with a specific purpose. I found her in the control booth, her fingers flying across the keyboard, eyes fixed on the multiple monitors. She was preparing for the evening news. "Sarah, can I have a quick word?" I asked, my voice low. She looked up, a slight frown on her face. "Sure, Alex, everything okay?" "I'm looking through Ben's scripts from that night," I began, holding up the printouts of the city infrastructure segment. "He told me he had a big story, something huge, but this seems like a standard report." Sarah glanced at the script. "Yes, that was his lead story for the main segment. It's what I had loaded into the teleprompter." "Did he give you any other script? Anything different, or tell you to expect a different version, even at the last minute?" I pressed, watching her face closely. She thought for a moment, her brow furrowed. "No, not for that segment. He came over about 15 minutes before air, like I said. He dictated some minor edits to the opening headline package, a new graphic reference, a slight rephrasing for timing, just tweaks. And then he said he was good to go." She paused, her eyes widening slightly as a memory surfaced. "Actually, he did say something peculiar. He said, 'Sarah, make sure you have the right one loaded.' I assumed he meant the final version of the infrastructure piece after the tweaks." "The right one," I echoed, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. Why would he say the right one? "I don't know," she admitted, shaking her head. "It seemed odd at the time. He usually just said the final script or the latest version, but I just took it as Ben being Ben, particular about details." She looked at me, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "Alex, what are you getting at?" "I don't know yet," I said truthfully. "But something isn't sitting right. This infrastructure piece, it just doesn't feel like the big story he was so excited and frankly nervous about." Sarah remained silent, processing. "He did seem very intense that evening," she finally conceded. "More than usual, even for a big story." "Did you ever see him with any other notes? Any other physical scripts or documents in the green room or in his hand that evening, apart from the one you had?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, just the usual rundown sheet. He liked to go over it right before going on air." I thanked her, my mind racing. The right one, that phrase, it strongly suggested there was a wrong one or an alternative one. What if Ben had a completely different script when he intended to switch to at the last minute, overriding the teleprompter or even reading directly from notes? It was risky, unheard of, but if the story was truly that big, that dangerous, Ben was old school enough to trust his gut and override the system for a scoop. My next stop was Ben's old office. David Jenkins had said his personal effects were cleared out, his files reviewed, but I remembered Ben's penchant for hidden compartments, for tucked-away notes. He was old-fashioned, loved physical papers, not just digital files. I used my new master keycard, a perk of the lead anchor role, to let myself into his office late that evening, long after most of the crew had gone home. The room was stark, impersonal. The desk was clean, the bookshelves mostly empty. No trace of Ben's familiar clutter, his framed awards, his overflowing research notes. The cleaning crew had been thorough. I started methodically, running my hands along the underside of drawers, checking behind the loose panel on the back of his old filing cabinet, a trick he'd shown me once. Nothing, just dust. Then I remembered his desk. It was an old, heavy oak piece, a relic from the station's early days that Ben had insisted on keeping, even as other anchors got modern, ergonomic workstations. He loved the history, he said. He had a specific way of arranging his pens, his coasters, his stapler. And I remembered once him tapping a specific corner of the desk, saying something about hidden treasures. I got down on my hands and knees, running my fingers along the edges of the desktop under the lip of the drawers. My fingers brushed against a faint indentation, a small, almost invisible seam. It was incredibly well hidden, blending perfectly with the wood grain. With a slight pressure, a small section of the desktop, about 6 inches square, clicked inwards, then sprang open, revealing a shallow, narrow compartment. My heart hammered against my ribs. There, tucked inside, was a single, sealed manila envelope. No name, no markings, just plain brown paper. My hands trembled as I pulled it out. It was heavier than I expected. Inside, I found not a script, but a collection of documents. There was a handwritten letter, several printed emails, and a small USB stick. I closed the hidden compartment, my fingers fumbling. I needed to be careful. No one could know I'd found this, not yet. I went back to my own office, locking the door behind me. I dimmed the lights, my adrenaline coursing. I pulled out the contents of the envelope. The handwritten letter was on WNVC letterhead, dated October 23rd, the very day he died. Ben's distinctive, slightly slanting script filled the page. Alex, if you're reading this, it means I didn't make it. Or perhaps it means I was prevented from speaking the truth on air. Either way, something has gone terribly wrong. I told you I had a big story. I wasn't exaggerating. This isn't just a city council scandal. This is far bigger, far more dangerous. It goes to the very top, not just in this city, but with implications that stretch far beyond. I've been investigating a powerful, shadowy organization operating under the guise of legitimate business dealings. They've infiltrated key positions within our city's infrastructure: water, power, public works. They're siphoning off funds, manipulating contracts, and orchestrating what amounts to a silent, slow takeover of public services. It's a vast criminal enterprise, disguised by layers of shell corporations and influential political figures who are either compromised or complicit. I was going to break it tonight. I had a last-minute source, a terrified whistleblower, who gave me the final, irrefutable proof. I plan to use a pre-recorded video segment, a kind of dead man switch, along with a live script that would reveal names and connections. I gave Sarah the innocuous city infrastructure script as a decoy. The real material was on the USB stick, and a separate, hard copy script I kept with me, ready to switch out at the last second. I told her to make sure she had the right one loaded, hoping she'd infer the larger meaning if something went wrong. My fear, Alex, is that they knew. They're everywhere. I've felt eyes on me for weeks, heard whispers, received vague threats. I suspect my heart attack might not have been as natural as it appears. Call me paranoid, but trust your instincts. You know me. I wouldn't hide something like this for a mere infrastructure report. The USB stick contains everything: detailed financials, audio recordings, encrypted communications, and the full script with names. It connects a network of shell companies, including Omnicorp Solutions and Vanguard Holdings, to several high-ranking city officials: Councilman Robert Maxwell, Public Works Director Elaine Hansen, and even, disturbingly, Mayor Thompson's Chief of Staff, Samuel Price. These aren't just greedy officials. These are people deeply embedded in a criminal network that uses coercion, intimidation, and even violence to protect its interests. My source, a man named Marcus Thorne, no relation to you, I believe, though the irony isn't lost on me, was a low-level accountant for Omnicorp. He stumbled onto their books. He gave me the USB. He feared for his life, and he had every right to. I've tried to get this to trusted people, to federal authorities, but their reach is wide. I feel like I'm running out of time. If you're reading this, Alex, the torch is now yours. You were always the calm one, the one with an unwavering professional distance. Use that. Don't trust anyone blindly. Be careful. They're ruthless. Bring this truth to light for Marcus, for me, for the city we serve. Stay safe. Ben. I read Ben's letter twice, 3 times, each word sinking deeper, chilling me to the bone. My initial unease was replaced by a profound, terrifying certainty. Ben hadn't just died, he'd been silenced. The heart attack was too convenient, too perfectly timed. My professional distance, my armor, was dissolving. This wasn't just a story anymore, it was a personal mission thrust upon me by a dying friend. I looked at the printed emails. They were cryptic, warning Ben to back off, to understand the consequences of meddling. They were unsigned, sent from untraceable accounts, but the thinly veiled threats were clear. One email, sent just 2 days before his death, read, "Your recent inquiries are becoming a nuisance, Mr. Carter. Some stories are best left untold. We wouldn't want anything unfortunate to happen." I swallowed hard. This confirmed it. Ben suspected it, and now so did I. Next, the USB stick. I knew I couldn't just plug it into my station computer. Too risky, too traceable. I needed a secure, anonymous way to access its contents. My mind went back to Sarah. She was meticulous, trustworthy, and she was the last one Ben spoke to about his script. She had also confirmed Ben's "the right one" comment. Maybe she hadn't understood the depth of it then, but now. I hesitated. Ben had said, "Don't trust anyone blindly." But Sarah was family. She was part of our team, loyal to Ben, and she was a tech wizard when it came to digital files and systems. I needed help, and she was the most logical and, frankly, the only immediate choice I could think of. I decided to wait until the next day to approach her carefully. I tucked the letter, the emails, and the USB back into the manila envelope, then back into the hidden compartment in Ben's old desk. It felt safer there for now. The next morning, the newsroom was bustling, but my mind was miles away, replaying Ben's letter, the names, Omnicorp Solutions, Vanguard Holdings, Councilman Maxwell, Public Works Director Hanson, Samuel Price, Mayor Thompson's Chief of Staff. These weren't minor players, these were pillars of the community. The scale of it was staggering. I spent the morning in a haze, going through the motions of preparing for the evening news. Every interaction felt charged, every glance suspicious. Was someone watching me? Had they watched Ben? I waited until Sarah was on her lunch break, finding her in the usually quiet break room, scrolling through her phone. "Sarah," I said, keeping my voice low, pulling up a chair opposite her, "can we talk about Ben again privately?" She looked up, a hint of weariness in her eyes. "Sure, Alex, what is it?" "You told me," Ben said, "make sure you have the right one loaded for his script that night," I began, my gaze steady. What if he meant there was a completely different script, one he never gave you but intended to use? Sarah frowned, thinking, he never indicated that. He just gave me the tweaks for the opening. And then he said he was good to go with the infrastructure piece for his main segment. It's what was in the teleprompter. What if he had a hard copy, something he was going to read from directly, overriding the teleprompter, or even a pre-recorded segment he was going to signal for? I pushed, leaning in slightly. Her eyes widened, a flicker of understanding mixed with alarm. That would be incredibly risky, unheard of almost, for a live broadcast with our setup. Ben was a risk-taker for a big story, I reminded her. He also seemed genuinely scared that night, and he used the word right, not final. Sarah was quiet for a moment, her gaze distant, lost in thought. "I remember him doing something unusual just before we went to air," she finally said, her voice barely a whisper. "After he came back from seeing me, just before he sat down, he was holding his rundown sheet, but he also had a small folded piece of paper tucked inside it. He glanced at it, then quickly folded it smaller and slipped it into his jacket pocket. I thought nothing of it at the time, just assumed it was a personal note." My heart leaped. A small folded piece of paper, a separate hard copy script. It fit perfectly with Ben's letter. "Did you see him take it out again?" I asked. She shook her head. "No, after he sat down, he adjusted his tie, checked his mic, then he collapsed." Her voice trailed off, her eyes filling with tears. You think this was more than a heart attack, Alex?" "I found something," I confessed, lowering my voice even further. "Something Ben left behind, a letter. He believed he was silenced. He had a dead man's switch plan. He said he had a USB stick and a separate hard copy script. The small folded paper in his jacket, that could have been it." Sarah gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Oh my God, Alex, are you serious?" "Deadly serious," I said, a grim humor in the phrase. "He mentioned an organization, Omnicorp Solutions and Vanguard Holdings, infiltrating city infrastructure, and high-ranking officials, Councilman Maxwell, Public Works Director Hanson, and Mayor Thompson's Chief of Staff, Samuel Price." Sarah was visibly shaken. She was meticulous, but she wasn't a conspiracy theorist. This was a direct, chilling threat to her understanding of the world. "These are major players, Alex. Omnicorp is a huge development firm. Vanguard is an investment group. They're everywhere." "Exactly," I confirmed. Ben called it a vast criminal enterprise. He said his source, an accountant named Marcus Thorne, gave him the USB stick with all the proof. Financials, audio recordings, encrypted communications. He said they're ruthless, that their reach is wide. "And you think this heart attack was manufactured?" she whispered, her face pale. "Ben certainly thought so," I said, meeting her gaze directly. "He said he'd received vague threats. An email he left mentioned unfortunate things happening if he didn't back off." "Alex, this is insane," she breathed. "But Ben wasn't insane, and he wouldn't lie about something like this." She paused, her mind clearly racing. "So the USB stick, you have it?" I nodded. "It's somewhere safe. I need to access it securely. No traces. That's where I need your help, Sarah. You're the best tech person I know at WNVC. Can you help me do this without leaving a digital footprint that could lead back to us or compromise the data?" Sarah looked at me, her expression a mix of fear and resolve. She knew the implications. This wasn't just a story, it was dangerous. "Yes," she said, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. "Yes, I can, but we need to be extremely careful. Ben was right. Their reach is wide. If they got to him, they can get to us." "We go dark," I said. "No using WNVC equipment for this. Everything off-site, anonymous." "Agreed," she said. "I have a secure off-grid setup at my apartment. It's an old Linux box, disconnected from the network unless I manually connect. We can open it there, but we need to do it soon. The longer we wait, the more risk there is." We planned to meet at her apartment that night. The urgency in Ben's letter, combined with the chilling reality of his death, propelled us forward. That evening, after delivering the news broadcast with a carefully constructed veneer of normalcy, I felt the weight of the secret pressing down on me. Every face in the newsroom seemed to scrutinize me, every movement felt observed. I quickly made my excuses and headed to Sarah's apartment, my heart pounding a rhythm of fear and determination. Sarah lived in a modest, old brick building on the quieter side of the city. Her apartment was small but neat, filled with stacks of books and an array of slightly outdated tech equipment that she clearly repurposed and maintained herself. "This is it," she said, gesturing to a cluttered corner. "My little sanctuary, completely off the grid." She pointed to an old beige desktop tower with a spiderweb of wires connecting it to a monitor and keyboard. "This is the analog gateway, only connects to the outside world through a very specific encrypted VPN I built, and only when I want it to." I handed her the manila envelope. Her hands were steady as she took it, her expression serious. She pulled out Ben's letter and reread it, her brow furrowed, a grim understanding dawning on her face. Then she retrieved the USB stick. "All right," she said, her voice tight with concentration. "I'm going to load this onto a protected partition, no autorun. We'll analyze the file types, look for anything suspicious." She worked quickly, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. The old computer hummed to life, displaying lines of code that meant nothing to me but clearly everything to her. She inserted the USB stick. A few more lines of code. "Okay," she breathed after a few tense minutes. "It's loaded onto a virtual machine, isolated, nothing can get out and nothing can get in directly." She turned to me, her eyes resolute. "Let's see what Ben found." The screen flickered, revealing a folder structure. Financial documents marked Omnicorp Ledger, Vanguard contracts, audio files, video files, and a folder simply labeled Communications. Each folder seemed packed with content, a digital labyrinth waiting to be explored. "Where do we start?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, a thrill of fear and anticipation running through me. Sarah, her eyes glued to the screen, pointed. "The letter mentioned financials and audio recordings. Let's look at Omnicorp Ledger first. That seems like the heart of it." She clicked and a series of spreadsheet files appeared. They were complex, dense with numbers, but even my untrained eye could see discrepancies. Large sums of money flowing between shell corporations, listed as consulting fees or project management, with names that seemed to recur in unusual patterns. "These aren't just minor irregularities," Sarah muttered, scrolling through a particularly long spreadsheet. "These are massive transfers, millions. See here, Lakeview District Water Main Project, budget allocated was $250 million. Omnicorp Solutions got the contract, but look at their subcontractors. Apex Holdings, Sterling Ventures, both are listed as receiving huge percentages for consultation. These are shell companies, Alex." I recognize some of these names from earlier reports. They've popped up on Ben's old city council expose files, always as recipients of suspiciously high contracts, but never with direct ties back to anything substantial. I leaned closer, my mind struggling to keep up with the torrent of information. Ben said they've infiltrated key positions: water, power, public works. Are these projects connected to those sectors? "Absolutely," Sarah confirmed, highlighting several lines. "Here's the new city power grid upgrade. Omnicorp Solutions is the main contractor again, with the same network of shell companies as subcontractors. And look at this public housing renovation project. Another Omnicorp contract, same pattern of inflated fees and questionable subcontractors." It was a systematic network of corruption, not just one isolated incident. This wasn't a scandal. It was an organized crime syndicate operating openly within the city's infrastructure projects. Ben's words echoed in my mind. A silent, slow takeover of public services. The letter mentioned Councilman Robert Maxwell, Public Works Director Elaine Hansen, and Samuel Price, I prompted. "Are their names anywhere in these ledgers?" Sarah began a search within the documents. "Not directly as signatories for the shell companies, no, but here," she pointed to a column. "These are approval codes. Many of these contracts, especially the highest value ones, were fast-tracked or received special waivers. The approval codes trace back to the Public Works Department, specifically to Ms. Hansen's office, and a significant number also have notes indicating expedited by Mayor's office, Chief of Staff approval." "Samuel Price," I murmured, "it's all connected." "And Councilman Maxwell." "He's on the City Council's Infrastructure Committee," Sarah replied, remembering. "He'd be pivotal in approving these projects and budgets. If he's complicit, it would explain why these projects sail through without much scrutiny." We spent another hour sifting through the financials, the sheer volume of data overwhelming but horrifyingly consistent. The pattern was clear. Omnicorp Solutions and Vanguard Holdings were at the center of a web of fraudulent contracts, siphoning off taxpayer money through an intricate network of shell companies, all facilitated by high-ranking city officials. "Okay," Sarah said, finally pulling away from the spreadsheets, rubbing her temples. "That's a lot to digest. Let's move to the communications folder." Ben said there were encrypted communications. She opened the folder. It contained hundreds of text files, many with seemingly random alphanumeric names. "These look like raw data, possibly from intercepted communications," she explained. Ben must have had a decryption key or a program to parse these. She worked her magic, typing furiously, running several scripts. The screen filled with lines of code, then slowly text began to appear legible. It was a series of instant messages, emails, and even transcripts of what looked like phone calls. The language was coded, full of euphemisms, but the implications were chillingly clear. Meeting at the usual place tonight, bring the papers, one message read. Confirm delivery for the Lakeview project. Boss wants quick turnaround. Another, Hanson needs to sign off on the new utility contracts, remind her of the terms, and most damningly, a series of messages between individuals identified only by initials RM, EH, and SB discussing securing votes for certain budget approvals and managing public opinion. RM must be Robert Maxwell, I said, my voice hoarse. EH, Elaine Hanson, and SB, Samuel Price. Sarah nodded, her face grim. They're explicitly discussing how to manipulate contracts and ensure approvals. Here's one where SB is complaining about a reporter sniffing around the Lakeview project. That must have been Ben. A cold dread seeped into my bones. To see their casual, almost flippant discussion of what amounted to high treason against the city, while Ben was risking his life to expose it. Wait, there's more, Sarah said, pointing. These messages, starting about a month ago, are becoming increasingly agitated. Look at this chain between SB and someone identified only as the architect. My eyes scanned the messages. SB, the reporter, is getting too close. He's asking about Apex and Sterling. The architect, deal with it. SB, he's preparing a broadcast. He claims to have a source. The architect, this cannot go live. Measures must be taken. Handle it decisively. SB, understood. Contingency is in motion. We'll make it look natural. The old man has a weak ticker after all. My breath hitched in my throat. The old man has a weak ticker. It was a direct, undeniable reference to Ben, a chilling, incontrovertible admission of murder. Sarah let out a small, horrified gasp. Oh my God, Alex, they killed him. Her hands trembled, hovering over the keyboard. It wasn't a heart attack, I whispered, the words heavy with grief and rage. My mind flashed back to Ben's words in the letter. I suspect my heart attack might not have been as natural as it appears. He knew, he suspected it all along. The implications were staggering. We weren't just dealing with corruption, we were dealing with cold-blooded murder orchestrated by powerful figures within the city. The architect, who was that? The head of this entire criminal enterprise. There's an audio file here under a very obscure name, Sarah said, regaining some composure, her journalistic instincts pushing through the shock. It's dated the day before Ben died. She clicked on it, a low hissing static filled the quiet apartment, then a man's voice, hushed but clear. Mr. Carter, I'm telling you, you need to back off. You're playing with fire. The people you're investigating, they're not just politicians. They have connections, deep ones. You keep digging and you're going to find yourself in a very deep hole. Then Ben's voice, calm, steady, unyielding. I appreciate your concern, but my job is to report the truth, and I believe the truth needs to be told. The first voice again, colder this time. Consider this your final warning. We wouldn't want anything unfortunate to happen, especially not to a respected public figure so close to retirement. There was a pause, a sinister chuckle. Hearts give out sometimes, Mr. Carter, especially under stress. Wouldn't that be a shame? The recording ended abruptly. Sarah and I stared at the screen, then at each other, our faces pale. The message was unmistakable. It wasn't a vague threat, it was a promise. Ben had been warned explicitly that his life was in danger, and the method of his silencing had even been hinted at. This was the final nail in the coffin of any doubt. Ben recorded it, I said, my voice thick with emotion. He knew, he wanted us to know. Who was that man? Sarah asked. His voice, I don't recognize it. It's not Maxwell, Hanson, or Price. Perhaps the architect, I suggested, the one pulling the strings. Next, we opened the video files folder. There was only one file, labeled Special Report Final. This must be his dead man switch video, I said, a lump forming in my throat. Sarah clicked play. The screen showed Ben sitting at a desk, not our usual WNVC desk, but a much simpler, darker setup. He was wearing the same jacket and tie he'd worn that night. His face was grave, his eyes holding that same mix of resolve and fear I'd seen just before his collapse. Good evening, Ben began, his voice projected, resonant, but laced with a profound sadness. If you are seeing this, it means I was unable to deliver this report on air as intended. It means that the very powerful forces I have been investigating have succeeded in silencing me, at least for now. My breath hitched. He had recorded this. He had known with chilling certainty what was coming. Ben then launched into the full story, meticulously detailing the network of corruption, the shell companies, the inflated contracts, and the implicated officials. He named Robert Maxwell, Elaine Hanson, and Samuel Price directly, displaying on the screen a cascade of documents, emails, and financial ledgers, the very ones we had just seen on the USB stick. He showed how OmniCorp Solutions and Vanguard Holdings were connected, not just by financial ties, but by shared board members who had obscure, untraceable backgrounds. This is not mere greed, Ben stated, his voice unwavering despite the gravity of his words. This is a deliberate, systematic dismantling of our public services for private gain, backed by a criminal organization willing to use intimidation and violence to maintain its control. They have infiltrated our city from the inside out. He then spoke of Marcus Thorne, the whistleblower, explaining that Marcus had been an accountant for OmniCorp and had risked everything to provide the initial evidence. Ben pleaded for Marcus's safety, expressing his hope that by exposing the truth, he could offer Marcus some protection. Towards the end, Ben looked directly into the camera, his gaze piercing. To the citizens of this great city, I implore you, do not let my voice be the last. This is your city, these are your tax dollars, demand accountability. To my colleagues at WNVC, especially Alex and Sarah, if you're seeing this, the burden of truth now falls to you. You are journalists, you pursue justice, be careful, be smart, but do not let this slide into darkness. Expose them, for me, for Marcus. For the truth. The video ended, fading to black. The silence in Sarah's apartment was heavy, suffocating. My eyes burned, my hands clenched into fists. Ben, my mentor, my friend, had faced his killers with courage and defiance, leaving behind a beacon of truth for us to carry. He was magnificent, Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. He knew he was going to die, and he still did this. He trusted us, I said, my voice hoarse. He left this for us. The full weight of what we had uncovered and what Ben had endured settled upon me. This wasn't just a story, it was a war, and we were now on the front lines. What do we do now, Alex? Sarah asked, looking at me with a mixture of fear and fierce determination. He wanted us to expose them, but how? We can't just go to the police. The communications imply their reach is wide, that they might have people in law enforcement too. He also said, don't trust anyone blindly, I reminded her, recalling Ben's warning in the letter. He tried to go to federal authorities, but their reach was wide, he said. We have to be strategic, we have to be smarter than them. I thought about the broadcast, we had the video, the financials, the communications, but simply releasing it wouldn't be enough. They would discredit it, claim it was doctored, a conspiracy. They had powerful allies. We needed more than just proof, we needed a plan. First, I began, my journalistic mind clicking into gear, pushing aside the grief. We need to secure this data even further. Sarah, can you make multiple encrypted copies, store them in different physically separated locations, dead drop points, backups off-site, off-grid? We can't afford to lose this. Already thinking about it, she replied, wiping her eyes. I can burn a few encrypted copies onto disks and put them in places no one would think to look, and I have an encrypted cloud service, completely untraceable, that I use for extreme backups. Good, I affirmed. Next, we need to consider our approach. Ben's plan was to use a pre-recorded video and a live script. That's what we have. But if we try to air this on WNVC, we're risking everything. They might have people inside the station. And David Jenkins explicitly told me Ben's big story was probably just a normal report. If I try to push this, they'll shut me down. They might even try to discredit me, paint me as unstable, grief-stricken. Or worse, Sarah added, her voice chilling. If they got to Ben, they won't hesitate to get to us. Exactly, I said. So we can't use WNVC directly, not initially. We need to find an external ally, someone who can act as a shield, someone powerful enough to disseminate this without being immediately suppressed, or someone with a proven track record for independent, hard-hitting journalism that isn't afraid to take on powerful interests. I thought of various national news organizations, investigative journalism outlets, or even a determined senator known for fighting corruption. But Ben's warning about federal authorities kept playing in my head. Who could we truly trust? What about a leak? Sarah suggested. An anonymous tip to a major newspaper or a national investigative news team without revealing our identities, just the data. It's an option, I conceded, but a leak can be easily dismissed or worse, intercepted and buried. And we don't know who at these organizations might be compromised or unwilling to touch something this explosive without a named source. My gaze fell on Ben's letter, still lying on Sarah's desk. For Marcus, for me, for the city we serve. Ben had wanted this to be heard, to truly break, not just to be a whisper in the wind. A leak might start the conversation, but it might not be enough to bring down such a deeply entrenched organization. We need a public face, I mused, more to myself than to Sarah. Someone to present the evidence, to give it credibility, but that face can't be us, not yet, not without protection. What about Marcus Thorne? Sarah suddenly asked. Ben said he was an accountant for OmniCorp. He's the original source. If he came forward, that would be irrefutable. Ben feared for his life, I reminded her. He gave Ben the USB stick because he was terrified. We can't ask him to step into the lion's den without ensuring his safety first, if he's still alive. This architect and his people are ruthless. So what's the first step, Alex? Sarah pressed, her eyes filled with an urgent resolve. We have the truth, we need a plan to unleash it. First step is to understand their full reach, I stated, my mind racing. Ben said they've infiltrated key positions. We know some names, but how deep does it go? We need to map out their network, confirm their connections, and try to identify the architect. How do we do that without putting ourselves at risk? Sarah asked. Carefully, covertly, I said. We can use publicly available information, news archives, corporate registries, political donation records, property records. The information Ben gathered is a roadmap. We need to follow it, verify it, and expand on it without directly interacting with anyone suspicious. We operate entirely in the shadows, using our journalistic skills but with a different kind of discretion. I can help with the digital side, Sarah offered immediately. Corporate filings, public databases, social media deep dives, tracing digital footprints. I'm good at finding obscure connections. And I can use my network subtly, I said, thinking. I know a lot of people in the city, reporters, former officials, even some lower-level employees who might have heard things. I'll need to phrase my questions carefully without revealing what we know, just following up on some of Ben's old leads. It's dangerous, Alex, Sarah warned, her voice serious. Every step we take could expose us. If they were watching Ben, they might be watching anyone close to him now, especially you as his successor. I know, I said, a grim resolve settling over me. But we can't let Ben's death be in vain. We can't let them get away with this, not after what he sacrificed. Our plan began to take shape. 1. Secure the data, multiple encrypted backups in diverse locations. 2. Expand the investigation. Use public records and subtle networking to map the full extent of the criminal enterprise, identify the architect, and verify Ben's claims. 3. Formulate a release strategy. Find a safe, powerful, and effective way to expose the truth, ensuring maximum impact and minimum personal risk. We need to meet regularly, but never at WNVC, I instructed Sarah. And no communicating through station channels or even our personal phones if we can avoid it. Encrypted messaging apps or burner phones, we become ghosts. Got it, she said, already looking more focused. I can set up a secure chat, and I have some old burner phones I can reactivate. And my new role as lead anchor, I continued, will actually give me some cover. People will assume I'm just busy with the new position, not off digging into a murder conspiracy. It provides a veneer of normalcy. The next few weeks were a blur of late nights and clandestine meetings. Sarah, working from her apartment, became a digital sleuth. She cross-referenced the names Ben had provided Maxwell Hansen Price with corporate registries, campaign finance records, and property deeds. She found a web of connections that solidified Ben's claims. Councilman Robert Maxwell, while appearing to be a fiscally responsible public servant, had seen an unusual spike in his personal wealth in the last 5 years, largely through investments in obscure real estate development trusts. Many of these trusts, Sarah discovered, had silent partners or limited liability company structures that ultimately led back to OmniCorp Solutions or Vanguard Holdings. He consistently voted in favor of OmniCorp's contracts, often pushing them through with surprising speed. Elaine Hansen, the public works director, had family members who owned a small, struggling construction supply company. Miraculously, this company had secured a lucrative long-term contract to supply materials exclusively to OmniCorp Solutions for all their city projects, despite having little prior experience or capacity. It was a classic kickback scheme, disguised as a legitimate business relationship. Samuel Price, Mayor Thompson's chief of staff, proved the trickiest to connect directly. His finances were meticulously clean, his public image impeccable. But Sarah found something else. She traced a series of large, anonymous donations to obscure political action committees' PACs that were then channeled into Mayor Thompson's re-election campaign. The paper trail for these PACs, after several layers of obfuscation, led back to a law firm with deep ties to Vanguard Holdings. Price, as chief of staff, was the gatekeeper to the mayor. He was the one who could fast-track approvals, bury complaints, and apply political pressure. The communications Ben had recorded confirmed his direct involvement in orchestrating Ben's death. He's the operative, Sarah said, pointing to a complex flowchart she'd created, mapping the connections. He's the one taking orders from the architect and making sure they're carried out in the city government. He's the one who ensured Ben was silenced. But the architect remained elusive. The messages on the USB stick had only referred to him by that moniker. There were no direct names, no public records. It was clear this person was exceptionally good at hiding their tracks. We need to find out who the architect is, I said. Without identifying the head, we're only cutting off a few tentacles. The monster will still live. My own investigation was more subtle. I started asking around, casual conversations, mentioning Ben's old passion for local infrastructure projects. I spoke to retired journalists, old sources, people who might have been privy to whispers and rumors over the years. I learned that OmniCorp Solutions had a reputation for aggressive expansion, often swallowing smaller, struggling development firms. And Vanguard Holdings, while outwardly a respectable investment group, was known for its ruthlessness in business dealings. sometimes leaving a trail of ruined competitors. One evening, I met with an old friend of Ben's, a veteran reporter named Frank Riley, now retired, over coffee. Frank had worked with Ben in his early days, knew his habits, his tenacity. Ben was obsessed with finding the rot at the top, Frank mused, swirling his coffee. He always said, you can cut down a few weeds, but if you don't pull them out by the root, they'll just grow back stronger. Sounds like he found a whole forest this time. I nodded carefully. He was working on something big, something he said went to the very top. He even seemed fearful. Frank leaned in, his voice dropping. Ben had a contact, a very reliable one, who worked deep inside the financial world. He called him the Oracle, someone who understood the complex web of offshore accounts and shell companies. Ben would only ever call him from a burner phone, and he'd meet him in person in out-of-the-way places. He was terrified of anyone knowing the Oracle's identity. "Did you ever meet the Oracle?" I asked, my heart quickening. Frank shook his head. Number Ben guarded his sources fiercely. He just mentioned the Oracle was the key to unlocking the true owners of Omnicorp and Vanguard, the people really pulling the strings. He said the Oracle told him that Omnicorp and Vanguard weren't just about local corruption. He said they were connected to much larger, almost global financial crime networks. That was Ben's big story, the international angle. Global financial crime networks. That explained the ruthlessness, the sophistication, the ability to silence a major news anchor. It made the architect sound even more ominous. "Do you know anything about the Oracle?" I pressed. "Anything at all that might help me find him?" Frank thought for a moment, then sighed. Ben only ever said he was an older man, quiet, meticulous, and deeply disillusioned with the financial world he inhabited. He had a passion for old coins, apparently, a numismatist, that's all I know. He probably went to ground after Ben's death if he's smart. A numismatist, it wasn't much, but it was a lead, another breadcrumb. I reported back to Sarah, meeting her in a small, out-of-the-way park, sitting on separate benches, pretending to read newspapers. "The architect is still a ghost," I told her, "but I have a lead on the Oracle, Ben's source. He's a numismatist, an expert in old coins. This Oracle is supposedly the one who knows the true ownership of Omnicorp and Vanguard and their connection to larger international networks." Sarah's eyes widened. An international angle, that would explain the sheer depth of their reach and their ability to operate with such impunity. "So the next step," I said, "is to find the Oracle. He's the only one who can identify the architect and truly break this open." Our search for the Oracle began, a painstaking dive into local numismatic societies, rare coin conventions, and online forums, all done with the same meticulous caution we had applied to the initial investigation. Sarah, with her digital prowess, proved invaluable. She found several prominent but discreet numismatists in the region. One name kept recurring: Arthur Sterling. He was listed as a contributing expert for a few niche numismatic journals, and his online profile, though sparse, indicated a deep knowledge of complex financial structures and a disdain for corporate malfeasance. He had written a few academic papers on the use of obscure financial instruments for money laundering, which seemed to perfectly fit the Oracle's description. "Sterling," I mused, "could that be him? The name itself sounds like it could be a subtle nod." "It's the best lead we have," Sarah said. "His papers are incredibly dense, but they describe the exact kind of financial trickery Ben was exposing. He knows this world intimately." The challenge was to approach Arthur Sterling without alerting anyone, especially the architect's people. Ben had used burner phones and secret meetings. We needed to be equally cautious. I decided a direct approach, but undercover was necessary. I crafted an email from a disposable, encrypted account using language that would only make sense to someone familiar with Ben's investigation and the Oracle's world. I mentioned Ben Carter, Omnicorp financial irregularities, and a numismatist's unique perspective on shell companies. I sent it to the obscure academic email address listed for Arthur Sterling. We waited. Days turned into a week. No response. "Maybe he went to ground," Sarah speculated, "or he simply doesn't trust anyone after Ben." Just as we were about to give up hope, an encrypted message arrived in the disposable account. "Intriguing. What makes you think I have anything to say about such matters? And how do you know of Ben Carter?" It was from Arthur Sterling. He was cautious, but he was listening. I replied carefully, explaining that Ben had left behind a trove of information, including a letter that mentioned the Oracle and his unique insights into Omnicorp. I hinted that we had proof that Ben's death was not natural. I asked for a meeting, stressing the extreme urgency and danger. A day later, another message: "Very well, meet me at the Botanical Gardens by the Old Rose Arbor this Saturday at 10 a.m. Come alone. If you're followed, don't approach. I'll be wearing a green scarf. We will only have 5 minutes." This is it, I told Sarah. Our chance to find out who the architect is and how to bring down this whole operation. Saturday morning, the Botanical Gardens were peaceful, filled with the gentle hum of early morning visitors. I arrived early, trying to scan the area for any sign of surveillance, my journalistic instincts on high alert. I wore inconspicuous clothing, my phone left in my car, a small digital recorder tucked into my jacket pocket, a reflex from years of reporting, even though I knew how risky it was. At exactly 10 a.m., an older man, impeccably dressed in a tweed jacket, with sharp, intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses and a vibrant green scarf around his neck, approached the Rose Arbor, Arthur Sterling. He looked unassuming, but his gaze was unnervingly piercing. "Mr. Thorne, I presume," he said, his voice low, cultured. "Mr. Sterling," I replied, extending my hand. He shook it briefly, his grip firm. "So you claim to have Ben Carter's final investigation," he began, getting straight to the point. "And you believe his death was no accident. We have his letter, his video, his financials, and his communications. The evidence points to murder orchestrated by Samuel Price on behalf of someone called the Architect," I stated, my voice steady. "Ben called you the Oracle. He said you know who is truly behind Omnicorp and Vanguard and their international connections." Sterling's eyes narrowed slightly. Ben was a good man, a rare one. He was chasing something far larger than even he fully comprehended initially. "This Architect you refer to is more than just a local player. He is the regional head of a sprawling, transnational criminal organization that specializes in asset stripping, money laundering, and destabilizing local economies for profit. They operate under the guise of legitimate businesses, infiltrating public sectors just as Ben discovered." "Who is he?" I pressed, my heart hammering. Sterling looked around, his gaze lingering on a family pushing a stroller nearby. "His name is Viktor Volkov. He's a former intelligence operative, now a ghost in the financial underworld, ruthless, brilliant, and utterly without conscience. He has deep ties to Eastern European organized crime, and he's been systematically taking over parts of our city's infrastructure for years. It's not just about stealing money, it's about control. Control of resources, control of influence." Viktor Volkov, the name sent a shiver down my spine. It was a name that sounded like it belonged in a spy novel, not the heart of my city's government. "Ben had been getting too close," Sterling continued. "I warned him. He was relentless. He found the connections between Volkov's shell companies and the offshore accounts. The USB stick you have, it contains the final pieces of the puzzle. Volkov has moles everywhere, in government, in law enforcement, even in some media organizations." "How do we expose him?" I asked. "Ben wanted the truth out there. He sacrificed his life for it." Sterling looked at me, a flicker of something almost like admiration in his eyes. "That's the difficult part. Simply releasing the data might not be enough. Volkov has an army of lawyers and public relations experts. They will discredit you, threaten you, and if necessary, eliminate you. They control the narrative." "So what's the plan?" I insisted. "You need to build a coalition," Sterling said, his voice urgent. "You need a national platform, a network that Volkov cannot easily suppress or compromise. You cannot do this alone, and you cannot do this from WNVC. It's too vulnerable." "Who can we trust?" "There are a few federal agents, deep within various agencies, who have been tracking Volkov's activities for years," Sterling revealed. "They've been unable to move because they can't get the definitive, irrefutable proof they need that ties him directly to these local operations and implicates high-ranking officials. Ben's data is that proof." "Can you connect us?" Sterling nodded slowly. "I have a contact, Special Agent Miller. She's with the FBI, specializing in financial crimes and organized crime. She's tenacious and ethical. She can be trusted. But getting to her and presenting the evidence securely without alerting Volkov's people will be a challenge." "How do we do it?" "I will provide you with a secure one-time contact method for her," Sterling said, pulling a small, innocuous-looking business card from his wallet. It had only a seemingly random string of numbers and letters on it. "This is a coded message. You will need to decrypt it. It contains a rendezvous point and time. Be prepared. She will expect you to have the data. You have to convince her of its authenticity and the urgency." "And after that?" "After that," Sterling said, his gaze hardening, "you leverage her resources, you work with her team. But you must ensure that the story breaks publicly, simultaneously with any official action. That's the only way to ensure Volkov cannot bury it or retaliate without massive public scrutiny." "Ben's video," I remembered. "That's what we need for the public side. It's direct, it's irrefutable proof from Ben himself." "Precisely," Sterling agreed. "Ben's dying message broadcast to the world alongside overwhelming evidence and the backing of federal authorities. That is how you dismantle Volkov's empire and avenge Ben's death." He looked at his watch. "Our 5 minutes are up. Remember, Mr. Thorne, Volkov is always watching. Every move you make, every person you speak to. Assume you are being monitored. Trust no one unless you are absolutely certain your lives depend on it." With that, Arthur Sterling gave a slight nod, turned, and disappeared into the crowd, leaving me with the coded business card and a new, terrifying name, Viktor Volkov. I walked away from the botanical gardens, the peaceful morning now feeling like a thin veil over a dark and dangerous world. Viktor Volkov, the architect, the man who had orchestrated Ben's murder and threatened our city. We had a name, we had a target. and we had a plan: bring the data to Special Agent Miller, coordinate with the FBI, and then unleash Ben's final broadcast, his truth upon the world. But the fear was undefined. But the fear was a constant companion, a cold grip on my chest that tightened with every anonymous email Sarah found in Volkov's network, every late-night shadow that seemed to linger a moment too long outside my apartment building. Ben's warning echoed in my mind. Assume you are being monitored. Trust no one unless you are absolutely certain. Your lives depend on it. Sarah and I met again that evening in a nondescript diner on the outskirts of the city, a place so bland and busy it felt invisible. She was pale, her eyes underlined with fatigue, but a fierce light burned within them. I've been going through more of the communications, she said, stirring her lukewarm coffee, her voice low. Volkov's network is terrifyingly efficient. They have protocols for everything: digital dead drops, encrypted burner phones, even secure meeting locations that rotate constantly. It's like a well-oiled machine. Did you find anything else on Volkov himself? I asked, trying to keep my own exhaustion at bay. She shook her head, still mostly references to the architect in the direct communications between Price, Maxwell, and Hansen, but I found something else interesting. A series of seemingly innocuous financial transfers between Omnicorp Solutions and a Swiss holding company. The routing is incredibly complex, designed to be untraceable, but I managed to peel back a few layers. The beneficial owner of that Swiss company, after several layers of shell corporations, is a foundation based in a tiny, obscure European principality. The foundation's board includes a name that pops up in a few international intelligence reports I cross-referenced: a retired Eastern European general with known ties to organized crime, and surprisingly an old intelligence network that used to operate in the Balkans. It seems Volkov isn't just connected to Eastern European crime, he might be directly part of its top echelon. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. So this isn't just about local corruption trying to look legitimate. This is a legitimate-looking front for a truly dangerous global criminal enterprise. Exactly, Sarah confirmed. And that foundation, it has substantial assets spread across various industries globally, all managed with extreme secrecy. They're not just siphoning money from our city, they're using our city's infrastructure as one piece of a much larger global money laundering and asset stripping operation. Our infrastructure contracts are just a revenue stream and a way to exert influence. And Arthur Sterling knew this, I murmured, recalling his words about Volkov's international connections. He really is the oracle. Did he give you anything else? Sarah asked, her gaze fixed on me. Any more warnings or insights? I pulled out the coded business card Sterling had given me. He gave me this: a one-time contact method for Special Agent Miller, FBI. He said she specializes in financial crimes and organized crime, and she's been tracking Volkov for years. She's tenacious and ethical, but getting to her without alerting Volkov's people will be the challenge. Sarah took the card, her fingers tracing the alphanumeric string. A coded message. Interesting, I can probably decrypt this on my secure box. It's likely a simple substitution cipher or a pre-agreed key from Sterling's end. What did he say about the rendezvous? A time and a place, I replied, and that I must have the data and convince her of its authenticity and urgency. He stressed that she would be looking for irrefutable proof, and Ben's data is it. And the public release. He said it has to be public simultaneously with any official action. That's the only way to ensure Volkov can't bury it or retaliate without massive public scrutiny. Ben's video is crucial for that. Sarah nodded, a plan forming in her mind. Okay, first I'll decrypt this card tonight, then we establish contact with Agent Miller. We need to prepare a presentation for her, a condensed, powerful summary of Ben's evidence. We can't just dump raw files on her. We need to show her the connections, the smoking gun that links Volkov to the city officials and Ben's death. And we need to think about how we'll get Ben's video out alongside whatever the FBI does, I added. If we release it too early, they'll discredit it. If too late, the impact might be lost. It has to be coordinated, a surprise attack. We can host it on multiple anonymous distributed servers, Sarah mused, make it impossible to take down, and trigger a wide-scale dissemination across social media and independent news platforms at a precise moment. It would go viral before Volkov's people even know what hit them. That sounds like a good strategy, I conceded. But what about the safety of Marcus Thorne? Ben mentioned him in the video and in his letter. If Volkov's people hear that, Marcus will be in grave danger. We need to discuss Marcus with Agent Miller, Sarah said, her brow furrowed. If she's truly ethical in tracking Volkov, she might already be aware of whistleblowers or have protocols to protect them. Marcus could be the key to tying all this together with his testimony. Over the next few days, Sarah worked tirelessly on her secure system. She decrypted Sterling's card, revealing a cryptic message: Greenwich Park Observatory, East Gate 628th. Not the most creative cipher, but effective enough to avoid casual detection. The 28th was just 2 days away. We spent hours meticulously preparing the data. Sarah created a concise, visually compelling digital presentation that highlighted the key documents, financial transactions, communications, and the chilling audio recording of Ben's warning. She extracted the most damning snippets from Volkov's internal communications, showing how the contingency to silence Ben was put in motion. We decided to save Ben's full video for Agent Miller to review later, once she had absorbed the initial presentation. "This is ironclad, Alex," Sarah said, reviewing the final package. "Any federal agent worth her salt will see this isn't some conspiracy theory. This is meticulously documented evidence of organized crime and murder." My internal clock was ticking louder now. Every shadow, every car that lingered, every unusual phone call I received at WNVC felt like a potential threat. I was careful, keeping my head down, maintaining my public persona as the new lead anchor, diligently preparing for my broadcasts. David Jenkins seemed satisfied with my performance, occasionally praising my steady hand in the wake of Ben's death. The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. The night before the meeting with Agent Miller, I couldn't sleep. I paced my apartment, replaying Ben's video in my mind, hearing his voice, seeing his defiant gaze. He had faced death with courage, and now it was our turn to carry his torch. At 4:30 a.m. on the 28th, I slipped out of my apartment, dressed in dark, unremarkable clothing. I carried a small, nondescript backpack containing the encrypted laptop with Sarah's presentation and a backup drive. My personal phone was left behind, a burner phone tucked deep into my pocket, used only for a prearranged check-in text with Sarah once I was safely at the location. I took a circuitous route to Greenwich Park, switching cabs twice, walking through residential areas, trying to shake any potential tail. The air was crisp and cold as I approached the east gate of the observatory. Dawn was just breaking, painting the sky in hues of deep purple and orange. A few early morning joggers and dog walkers were beginning to appear, but the area around the gate was still largely empty. My pulse throbbed in my ears. A black, unmarked SUV was parked discreetly a little way down the street, its windows tinted. My stomach clenched. Was this it? Had I been followed? Then a woman emerged from the SUV. She was tall, with sharp, intelligent features, dressed in a practical, dark suit that seemed to blend into the shadows. Her gaze swept the area, missing nothing. She had a no-nonsense aura, radiating authority and caution. Special Agent Miller. She walked directly towards me, her pace even and deliberate. There was no warmth in her eyes, only intense scrutiny. "Mr. Thorne," she asked, her voice low, firm. "Agent Miller," I replied, my voice a little hoarse despite my best efforts. She didn't offer a handshake. Instead, she gestured towards a secluded bench tucked away behind a thick hedge away from the main path. "Let's talk where we have some privacy." We sat, the hedge providing a natural barrier. The distant sounds of the city slowly waking up began to filter through the quiet. "Arthur Sterling reached out to me," she began, her eyes unwavering. "He indicated you had information regarding Viktor Volkov and his operations in this city. He also mentioned Ben Carter's death." "It wasn't a heart attack, Agent Miller," I stated, pulling out the encrypted laptop. "Ben Carter was murdered. He left behind irrefutable proof and he entrusted it to me." Her expression remained impassive, but a flicker of something, perhaps grim curiosity, crossed her features. "Murder is a strong accusation, Mr. Thorne. Do you have the evidence to back it up?" "We do," I affirmed. "My colleague Sarah Chen and I have compiled Ben's research. It details a vast criminal enterprise led by Viktor Volkov, operating through OmniCorp Solutions and Vanguard Holdings. They've systematically infiltrated key city infrastructure projects, water, power, public works, to siphon off funds, launder money, and gain control. Councilman Robert Maxwell, Public Works Director Elaine Hansen, and Mayor Thompson's Chief of Staff, Samuel Price, are all deeply complicit." I opened the laptop, entering the password carefully. The screen glowed, revealing Sarah's meticulously organized presentation. "This summarizes everything, Agent Miller. Financial ledgers showing millions siphoned through shell companies. Intercepted communications, including direct orders from the architect, Viktor Volkov, to Samuel Price, instructing him to deal with Ben Carter to make it look natural. We have an audio recording of a final warning given to Ben, hinting at his cause of death." Agent Miller leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the screen as I navigated through the slides, explaining each piece of evidence with succinct clarity. I showed her the flowchart Sarah had created, linking the shell companies to the city officials and ultimately to Volkov's international network. I showed her the communication where Price casually discussed Ben's weak ticker. Her initial skepticism slowly gave way to a hardened, focused intensity. She said nothing, letting me speak, her eyes absorbing every detail. When I finished, she closed the laptop lid, her expression unreadable. "This is comprehensive, Mr. Thorne," she finally said, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. "And deeply disturbing. We've been tracking Volkov for years, but he's a ghost. We've known he has local connections, but proving direct ties tying him to specific acts of corruption and violence has been our biggest challenge. This data, if authentic, changes everything. It is authentic, I insisted. Ben Carter was a man of unimpeachable integrity. He died to expose this. He recorded a final message, a dead man switch video, naming Volkov and all his operatives, detailing the entire scheme. It's on this drive. A dead man's switch, she murmured, a rare hint of surprise in her voice. He was more prepared than I would have thought. He feared for his life, and he was right too, I said. He knew Volkov's reach was wide, even within federal agencies. She met my gaze directly. My team and I are clean. We've been fighting this battle in the shadows for too long, frustrated by the lack of hard evidence. This is exactly what we need. What about Marcus Thorne? I asked, recalling Ben's concern for his source. Ben's original source for much of this information, the accountant from Omnicorp. If this goes public, his life will be in extreme danger. Marcus Thorne, Agent Miller repeated, her brow furrowed. Yes, we have a file on a potential whistleblower within Omnicorp who disappeared about 6 months ago. We suspected foul play but couldn't prove it. If he's still alive and you can locate him, his testimony would be invaluable. Ben mentioned him in his video, I said. He wanted him protected. We will do everything in our power to find and protect him, she promised, her voice firm. But first, we need to bring this data back, analyze it thoroughly in a secure environment, and brief my superiors. This is going to send shockwaves through the city and potentially much wider, given Volkov's international ties. We need to move decisively and discreetly until we're ready to strike. Ben's condition for releasing this was a public broadcast, simultaneous with any official action, I reiterated. He wanted his voice to be heard, his truth to be told, not just buried in a federal file. Agent Miller considered this, her gaze distant. That's a complex request, Mr. Thorne, but I understand the sentiment. Public pressure can be a powerful deterrent against attempts to suppress the truth. If we move against Volkov and his network, they will inevitably try to discredit us to muddy the waters. A credible public statement, especially from Ben Carter himself, would preempt that. It would ensure accountability. So you agree to coordinate a public release? I agree to consider it seriously and to work with you on a strategy that ensures maximum impact and minimal risk to the integrity of the investigation, she clarified. My primary goal is to dismantle Volkov's network and bring his operatives to justice. A strategic public release could be a vital component of that. She pulled out a small, encrypted thumb drive from her pocket. I need to take a copy of this data. Your laptop will remain with you. I will contact you via this burner phone within 24 hours with further instructions. Do not contact me. Do not discuss this with anyone, not even your colleague Sarah, outside of secure channels. Assume every communication is compromised, and stay out of WNVC for any sensitive discussions. This organization is incredibly resourceful, and Volkov is ruthless. He will not hesitate to eliminate anyone who threatens him. I handed her the encrypted laptop again. She plugged in her thumb drive, initiated a secure transfer of the files, and watched the progress bar with an intense focus. It took several tense minutes. The FBI will want to question you and Ms. Chen in detail, she said, as the transfer completed. But for now, the less official contact, the better. We need to assess the full scope of this before we make any moves that could tip off Volkov. She returned my laptop, slipping her thumb drive back into her pocket. She stood up, her posture straight and formidable. Mr. Thorne, you and Mr. Carter have done something truly extraordinary here, she said, a hint of admiration finally entering her voice. You've handed us the key to unraveling a major criminal enterprise. We will not let his sacrifice be in vain. With a curt nod, she turned and walked back towards the black SUV. She entered, and the vehicle drove away, disappearing into the growing morning traffic. I sat on the bench for a few more minutes, the chill of the morning air settling into my bones. Relief ward with a new, heightened sense of dread. The FBI was involved. The wheels of justice were slowly beginning to turn, but Volkov was still out there, powerful and ruthless, unaware that his carefully constructed empire was on the verge of collapsing. The real danger, I knew, had only just begun. I sent a quick, pre-agreed coded text to Sarah from my burner phone. Package delivered. Her reply came almost instantly. Acknowledged, standing by for next steps. I walked home, my mind reeling, the city around me feeling both familiar and alien, a stage for the quiet war that was about to erupt. I was no longer just a news anchor. I was an operative in a clandestine mission, working with federal agents to bring down a transnational criminal. Ben's legacy, his quest for truth, had pulled me into a world far more dangerous and complex than I had ever imagined. The next 24 hours were agonizing. I performed my duties at WNVC with a forced cheerfulness, my mind 1,000 miles away, constantly replaying the meeting with Agent Miller. Every phone call, every email, every interaction felt charged with unspoken tension. I worried about Sarah, about Marcus Thorne, about the unseen net Volkov had cast over our city. True to her word, Agent Miller contacted me on the burner phone the following morning. The call was brief, her voice clipped and professional. Mr. Thorne, the data is verified. My team is analyzing it now. We have confirmation of Volkov's previous activities consistent with your findings. This is a game changer. My breath hitched. What's the next step? We need a secure meeting in person with you and Ms. Chen this evening. I will text you the location and time. It will be off-site, completely discreet. Be prepared for a detailed debriefing and to answer questions about the origin of the data, Ben Carter's methods, and anything else pertinent to the investigation. Understood, I said, and the public release. We can discuss that in person, she replied. But be prepared, this is a major operation, lives are at stake, we cannot afford any missteps. The line went dead. I relayed the information to Sarah using our secure chat. She responded with a single word, ready. That evening, Sarah and I met in another carefully chosen, anonymous location, an abandoned warehouse on the industrial waterfront, its windows boarded up, its interior lit only by the weak glow of the city lights filtering through cracks and a few battery-powered lanterns Agent Miller's team had set up. When we arrived, two men in dark suits, clearly federal agents, frisked us thoroughly but politely, confiscating our phones and any recording devices. Then we were led into a small, makeshift office set up in the middle of the cavernous space. Agent Miller was there, along with two other agents, a stern-faced man in his 50s and a younger woman with quick, observant eyes. Thank you for coming, Mr. Thorne, Ms. Chen, Agent Miller said, gesturing to two chairs opposite a large, portable table. This is Agent Davies, head of our organized crime unit, and Agent Reyes, our lead analyst on this case. The atmosphere was palpably tense, heavy with the gravity of the situation. Agent Davies, with his weathered face and piercing gaze, reminded me of an old-school detective, someone who had seen too much of the world's underbelly. We've spent the last 24 hours dissecting the data you provided, Agent Davies began, his voice deep and gravelly. It's damning. This isn't just corruption, it's racketeering, money laundering, conspiracy to commit murder. Viktor Volkov is one of the most elusive targets we've had in years. Your friend Ben Carter laid out his entire network, from the local operatives to the international financial architecture. It's truly remarkable. Ben was a tenacious reporter, I said, a wave of pride and grief washing over me. Agent Reyes, the analyst, spoke up. Ms. Chen, your analysis and compilation of the data were exceptional. Your flowcharts and summaries made it incredibly easy to follow the complex financial trails and communication logs. The encryption on the communications, how did you manage to decrypt it? Sarah, despite the intimidating surroundings, straightened her shoulders. Ben had left behind several raw data files. I used a combination of common cryptanalysis techniques and some open-source tools to identify patterns and eventually break the cipher. It was a low-level internal cipher, probably chosen for speed rather than ultimate security, and the internal references in the messages helped guide the decryption. Ingenious, Reyes murmured, a hint of professional respect in her tone. We have enough to move discreetly against the local operatives, Agent Miller stated. Samuel Price, Councilman Maxwell, Public Works Director Hansen. We can gather enough additional evidence for their arrests based on Ben's data, but Volkov, he's still the ghost. The international connections are there, but proving direct command and control, especially for the murder of Ben Carter, requires more. What about the audio recording of the threat, I asked, and the communication from the architect about Ben's weak ticker? Circumstantial in the eyes of a prosecutor, without more direct links to Volkov himself or positive identification of the voice on the audio, Agent Davies explained. Volkov uses cutouts, proxies. Price acted on his behalf. We can nail Price for murder, but tying it directly to Volkov is another leap. He's very good at insulating himself. We need to catch him in the act or have someone from his inner circle flip. Arthur Sterling said that Ben's data contained the final pieces of the puzzle, tying Volkov to the offshore accounts, I reminded them. Indeed, Agent Miller confirmed, and we're sifting through that now, but proving ownership of those accounts, which are layered through multiple jurisdictions and trusts, is a slow process. We need to move fast before Volkov realizes his network has been compromised. So what's the plan? Sarah asked, her voice steady. Agent Miller looked at Agent Davies, who nodded. Here's what we propose. We will initiate a series of covert operations. We will be placing surveillance on Price, Maxwell, and Hansen, gathering corroborating evidence to strengthen the case. We'll also begin to quietly freeze assets related to Omnicorp Solutions and Vanguard Holdings without tipping off Volkov directly. This will take time, I pointed out. It will, Davies agreed, but we can't afford a botched operation. Volkov is too dangerous. However, we also understand the urgency and your desire for Ben Carter's story to be told. We believe Ben's video is the perfect weapon for that, Agent Miller said, turning back to us. It's a direct message from the grave. It provides unparalleled credibility. We want to coordinate a simultaneous, devastating blow. What do you mean? I asked, my heart quickening. We propose a coordinated raid, Agent Miller explained. A sweeping operation targeting Volkov's local operatives Price, Maxwell, Hansen, along with seizing Omnicorp and Vanguard's physical and digital assets. Simultaneously, we want to launch an international operation to freeze the assets of the Foundation Sarah identified and other Volkov-linked entities. And at the exact moment this happens, we want you to release Ben Carter's video to the world. A live broadcast, Sarah gasped. Not a live broadcast from WNVC, Agent Miller clarified. Too risky. We can't guarantee the integrity of your station or your safety. We want you to prepare the video for mass dissemination through independent channels, social media, and any trusted national media contacts you might have. We will provide you with a precise window for the release. The goal is to create such an undeniable, overwhelming public spectacle that Volkov and his allies cannot possibly suppress the truth. This is exactly what Ben wanted, I said, a surge of adrenaline coursing through me. It will be dangerous, Agent Davies warned, his eyes grave. Once this goes public, Volkov will know who brought him down. Your lives will be at risk. We will offer you protective custody immediately after the release, but until then you are on your own. You must continue to operate in the shadows and maintain absolute secrecy. No leaks, no hints, no contact with anyone outside of this room except through secure channels with us. We understand the risks, I said, glancing at Sarah. Her face was pale, but her eyes held a fierce resolve. She nodded, confirming her commitment. Good, Agent Miller said. Our operation is codenamed Oracle in honor of Mr. Sterling's invaluable assistance. We anticipate we can be ready to move in approximately 2 weeks. That gives us time to build our surveillance, secure our teams, and prepare the international components. 2 weeks, Sarah whispered. That's a lot of time for them to find out. We are moving with extreme caution, Agent Miller assured her. But vigilance is paramount. Any suspicious activity, any perceived threat, you contact us immediately on the burner phones. Do not hesitate, we will monitor them closely. During these 2 weeks, you two will act as a secondary investigative arm for us, Agent Davies added. Anything you find, any new connections, any unusual movements from Volkov's people, you report directly to Agent Miller. We want to be as prepared as possible. What about Marcus Thorne? I asked again. Agent Miller's team has initiated a search for him, Agent Davies replied. It's a long shot, but if he's found alive, we'll ensure his protection and bring him in as a key witness. His testimony, combined with Ben's video and your data, would be devastating. The meeting concluded with a detailed debriefing on secure communication protocols, emergency contact methods, and a stark warning about the dangers we faced. We left the warehouse, our heads buzzing with the enormity of the task ahead. The next 2 weeks were a blur of nervous tension and covert activity. Sarah and I maintained our public facades at WNVC, but every spare moment was dedicated to the Oracle operation. Sarah, a ghost in the digital realm, continued to monitor Volkov's online footprint, his shell companies, and the movements of his known associates. She identified new minor players in the local network, obscure fixers and bagmen who facilitated the illicit transfers and secured approvals. This information was passed directly to Agent Miller, strengthening the FBI's surveillance net. I in turn subtly used my contacts, asking veiled questions, gauging the political climate. I learned that Councilman Maxwell was suddenly pushing for a vote on a controversial new land development project, unusually fast-tracking it through committee. Public Works Director Hansen was observed having unusually frequent late-night meetings at a private club with several unidentified men. And Samuel Price, ever the meticulous operative, was suddenly absent from several key mayoral events, his calendar mysteriously cleared for personal reasons. It seemed Volkov's network was either tightening its grip or preparing for something. One evening, as I was leaving WNVC, I noticed a sleek black sedan parked across the street from my apartment building. It was the same type of car Agent Miller had used that morning at the gardens, but this one had been there too often. It was always empty when I walked by, but the tinted windows gave me a chill. It felt like a subtle yet persistent presence. I texted Agent Miller immediately from my burner. Black sedan, dark tinted windows, 3rd Street, always parked same spot evenings. Her reply was swift, acknowledged, maintain normal routine, we are aware. They were watching, either Volkov's people or the FBI or both. The line between being protected and being hunted was blurring. Sarah and I met in various public places, libraries, crowded cafes, once even in a quiet corner of a large department store to exchange information. We spoke in hushed tones, using coded language, our eyes constantly scanning our surroundings. The stress was immense, but the resolve forged in Ben's memory kept us going. One day I received an encrypted message from Agent Miller. Operation Oracle launch confirmed, 600 hours Thursday. Thursday, just 3 days away. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was happening. Prepare video for release at 6:30 hours same day. We will provide precise instructions for dissemination. Get ready, Mr. Thorne. I forwarded the message to Sarah. Her reply was immediate. Final preparations initiated. We will not fail, Ben. The final 3 days were a torment of anticipation. I rehearsed my lines for the news broadcast, feeling the weight of the secret pressing down on me. I spent hours with Sarah going over the dissemination plan for Ben's video. We would use an anonymous online platform, distributed servers, and then leverage a network of contacts I had cultivated over the years, independent journalists, online activists, even a few sympathetic national reporters I knew who weren't afraid to go against the grain. The goal was to make it go viral within minutes, before Volkov's digital army could attempt to suppress it. The night before the operation, Agent Miller contacted me again. "Mr. Thorne, we have a development. We located Marcus Thorne." "Is he safe?" I asked, my voice tight with anxiety. "He's shaken but alive," she confirmed. "He's been in hiding for months, living off the grid. He saw Ben's collapse on TV and he knew what it meant. He went even deeper underground. Our team managed to find him in a remote cabin upstate. He's currently in protective custody. He's willing to cooperate fully. His testimony will solidify our case against Volkov." A wave of profound relief washed over me. Marcus Thorne was alive. Ben's efforts to protect him hadn't been entirely in vain. "That's excellent news, Agent Miller," I said, a genuine smile finally breaking through my stress. "Indeed," she replied. "This strengthens our hand immeasurably, but it means the stakes are even higher. Marcus's safety and yours will be paramount after the launch. Be ready tomorrow morning. This is it." I spent the rest of the night packing a small bag, a few changes of clothes, my passport, some essentials. I knew that after tomorrow, my life would change forever. Protective custody meant going off the grid myself, at least temporarily. I looked around my apartment, a place that had felt like a sanctuary, now a potential trap. As the clock ticked past midnight, ushering in Thursday, the day of Operation Oracle, a strange calm settled over me. The fear was still there, a dull hum beneath my resolve, but it was overshadowed by a fierce sense of purpose. For Ben, for Marcus, for the city. At 4:00 a.m., my burner phone vibrated. A text from Agent Miller: "Be at designated location at 5:30 hours. Instructions for video dissemination will be provided there. Bring nothing with you. You will be picked up immediately after release." I knew the designated location, a deserted pier by the docks, a place where few would be at that hour. I dressed quickly, my heart pounding a steady rhythm of anticipation. I double-checked the encrypted laptop containing Ben's video, ensuring it was ready for Sarah to access remotely via the prearranged dead drop. As I stepped out of my apartment building into the pre-dawn darkness, the black sedan was there again, parked in its usual spot. This time, a figure was sitting in the driver's seat. He didn't look up, but I felt his eyes on me. Volkov's people or the FBI, I had no way of knowing. I hailed a cab, taking a circuitous route to the pier. The city was still largely asleep, a vast, silent entity unaware of the storm about to break. I arrived at the pier. The air was cold, damp with the smell of salt and diesel. A single dark vehicle was already waiting, its engine idling. It wasn't the black sedan. This one was a plain, dark-colored minivan, unassuming. As I approached, a side door slid open. Inside, Agent Miller and Agent Reyes were waiting. "Get in, Mr. Thorne," Agent Miller commanded, her face grim in the faint light. I slid into the back, the door closing smoothly behind me. The minivan pulled away silently, heading further along the industrial waterfront. "The operation is commencing now," Agent Miller said, her voice taut with tension. "Our teams are moving on Price, Maxwell, and Hansen's residences. Simultaneously, international teams are targeting Volkov's assets." Agent Reyes handed me a small, encrypted tablet. "This contains the final instructions for disseminating Ben Carter's video. A precise time lock, a series of pre-programmed social media blasts, and an anonymous news server network. You will activate it at 6:30 hours, not a second before, not a second after." I nodded, my fingers trembling slightly as I took the tablet. Sarah is ready on her end, prepared to initiate the push. "Good," Miller said. "This is a coordinated strike. The impact will be amplified by simultaneous arrests and asset seizures. It will be undeniable." I looked at the digital clock on the tablet. 06:20 a.m., 10 minutes until detonation. My mind flashed back to Ben, his grave face in the video, his unwavering resolve. He had trusted us. Now was the time to fulfill that trust. The minivan pulled to a stop in a desolate corner of the docks, overlooking the murky, dark water. The sky was now a deep, bruised purple, the first hint of sunrise painting the distant horizon. "This is it, Mr. Thorne," Agent Miller said, her voice hushed. "At 06:30 you activate the release. Agent Reyes will guide you through the process. Once it's live, your protection begins. Yaoundefeng." I looked at the digital clock on the tablet. 06:20 a.m., 10 minutes until detonation. My mind flashed back to Ben, his grave face in the video, his unwavering resolve. He had trusted us. Now was the time to fulfill that trust. The minivan pulled to a stop in a desolate corner of the docks, overlooking the murky, dark water. The sky was now a deep, bruised purple, the first hint of sunrise painting the distant horizon. This is it, Mr. Thorne, Agent Miller said, her voice hushed. At 0630, you activate the release. Agent Reyes will guide you through the process. Once it's live, your protection begins. You will be taken immediately to a secure location. Ms. Chen will join you there after she completes her part of the dissemination. Agent Davies will coordinate operations on the ground. Agent Reyes, her fingers hovering over a keyboard on a separate laptop, nodded to me. I'll be synchronized with Ms. Chen. We need a perfect cascade. Your input will be the trigger. My stomach churned, a volatile mix of terror and exhilarating anticipation. 10 minutes until the world shattered. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my hands as I clutched the tablet. The minutes crawled by, each second an eternity. The silence in the minivan was deafening, broken only by the faint hum of its engine and the distant cries of gulls. I could feel the weight of Ben's sacrifice, the hopes of countless victims, and the future of our city resting on my shoulders. 06:25 a.m. Agent Miller pulled out a small, secure satellite phone. Updates from the field, Agent Reyes. Reyes typed furiously. Teams are in position. Surveillance confirms targets are in their residences. International teams are reporting ready for asset freezes. 06:28 a.m. 2 minutes, Mr. Thorne, Agent Miller said, her gaze fixed on me. Are you ready? I met her eyes, a fierce determination eclipsing the fear. Ready. 06:29 a.m. My thumb hovered over the activate button on the tablet. A cold dread settled in, but beneath it, a burning certainty that this was right. This was Ben's legacy. This was justice. 06:30 a.m. Now, Agent Reyes exclaimed, her voice sharp. I pressed the button. A surge of energy coursed through me, like a jolt of electricity. On the tablet screen, a cascade of green checkmarks appeared, confirming the simultaneous upload and activation across hundreds of distributed servers and social media platforms. It's out, I breathed, the words barely audible. Ms. Chen has initiated her part, Reyes confirmed, eyes glued to her screen. Mass dissemination confirmed, the video is live and spreading rapidly. Agent Miller grabbed her satellite phone. Oracle 1 Operation Live, execute arrests, initiate asset freezes, go, go, go. Chaos, controlled and precise, was unleashed. Almost immediately, my burner phone, which I had placed on the dashboard, buzzed. Then it buzzed again and again, a rapid-fire succession of notifications from news alerts. Local news channels are picking it up, Reyes announced, her voice filled with a professional thrill. Major national outlets are now reporting, hashtags are trending, the video is going viral. I looked at the tablet screen, seeing the analytics of Ben's video. Views climbing exponentially, shares skyrocketing. His face, his defiant gaze, his chilling words were now accessible to millions. The truth, meticulously uncovered and tragically sealed with his life, was out. The minivan lurched into motion, pulling away from the docks. Protection protocols initiated, Agent Miller stated, her voice returning to its usual calm, authoritative tone. You've done well, Mr. Thorne. Agent Reyes, keep monitoring the spread, keep me updated on arrests. First reports are coming in, Reyes said, typing swiftly. Samuel Price's residence, entry secured, Councilman Maxwell in custody, Public Works Director Hansen apprehended without incident. A wave of profound relief, so potent it almost brought me to my knees, washed over me. Price, Maxwell, Hansen, the local architects of Volkov's corruption, the orchestrators of Ben's death, were finally in custody. Their reign of clandestine power had just ended in a spectacular public implosion. The minivan sped through the city, which was now fully awake, though its inhabitants were rapidly becoming aware of the seismic shift occurring. I imagined the frantic calls in Omnicorp and Vanguard offices, the desperate attempts to pull Ben's video to craft a counter-narrative, but it was too late. The distributed servers, Sarah's ingenious network, meant it was effectively uncensorable. It was everywhere. As we drove, my burner phone continued its incessant buzzing. I glanced at it, seeing the headlines flash across my screen. WNVC anchor Ben Carter's dead man's switch. Video exposes city corruption ring. FBI raids target prominent city officials in massive corruption probe linked to Omnicorp. Watch, Ben Carter's final message accuses the architect Viktor Volkov of murder. The story had exploded, just as Ben had intended. We arrived at a suburban house, nondescript and well-maintained, blending seamlessly with its neighbors. 2 federal agents were already waiting, their faces stern but welcoming. They escorted me inside, guiding me through a maze of quiet rooms to a comfortable, if somewhat sterile, living area. This will be your temporary safe house, Mr. Thorne, Agent Miller explained. It's completely secure, communications are jammed, windows are reinforced, and a team will be here 24/7. We anticipate Ms. Chen will join you within the hour. True to her word, Sarah arrived about 45 minutes later, ushered in by 2 agents. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes wide and shining with a mixture of exhaustion and triumph. She threw her arms around me, a rare display of emotion. "We did it, Alex," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "We actually did it." "We did," I agreed, holding her tight. "Ben would be proud." Agent Miller and Agent Davies, who had arrived shortly after Sarah, interrupted our reunion. "We need to debrief you both," Miller stated, though her tone was less rigid than before, a hint of professional satisfaction in her eyes. "The operation is ongoing, but the initial phase has been a resounding success." We sat around a large table, coffee and water brought by one of the agents. Miller pulled out a tablet showing a live feed of news channels. Every major network, local and national, was replaying excerpts of Ben's video, discussing the FBI raids and speculating wildly about Viktor Volkov. "Samuel Price, Councilman Maxwell, and Public Works Director Hansen are all in federal custody," Agent Davies announced, his gravelly voice carrying a note of grim satisfaction. "They're being processed now. We anticipate formal charges for racketeering, conspiracy, and possibly accessory to murder in Price's case, depending on how quickly we can connect him directly to Carter's death through the data. Their assets, along with those of OmniCorp Solutions and Vanguard Holdings, are frozen. Internationally, the initial asset freezes have also been successful," Agent Miller added. "The Swiss holding company and the obscure Principality Foundation Sarah identified are effectively shut down. This is going to hit Volkov hard financially." "What about Volkov himself?" I asked, the name still a cold lump in my gut. "Is he in custody?" Davies shook his head. "Not yet, he's gone dark. His known residences, safe houses, and communication channels are all inactive. We anticipated this. He's a ghost for a reason. But we have intelligence suggesting he was likely out of the country when the operation launched, which means he's now stranded, his escape routes compromised, his financial network severely disrupted. He's cut off." "But he's still dangerous," Sarah warned, her earlier elation tempered by pragmatism. "Extremely," Miller agreed. "He will undoubtedly try to retaliate or at the very least regain control. Our priority now is to locate him and neutralize his remaining influence. But for the moment, he's on the defensive, exposed, and vulnerable." "And Marcus Thorne," I remembered. "He's secure," Davies confirmed. "Our team successfully extracted him. He's being debriefed now. His testimony, combined with Ben's video and your data, will be the nail in Volkov's coffin once we catch him." The debriefing continued for hours, detailing every aspect of our knowledge, going over every piece of evidence again, strengthening the FBI's case. Sarah explained her decryption methods in detail to Agent Reyes, who was clearly impressed. I recounted my interactions with Ben, Frank Riley, and Arthur Sterling, providing context and insight into Ben's relentless pursuit of the truth. As the day wore on, the news cycle became a frenzy. WNVC, my own station, was struggling to keep up, its reporters scrambling to cover the story that had originated from its own deceased anchor. David Jenkins, looking shell-shocked and indignant, appeared on screen, proclaiming WNVC's commitment to journalistic integrity and demanding justice for Ben. The irony was palpable. Mayor Thompson, initially evasive, held a chaotic press conference, denying any knowledge of the corruption, attempting to distance himself from his chief of staff, Samuel Price. But Ben's video, repeatedly played, showed Price's direct involvement, and the sheer scale of the operation made the mayor's ignorance seem implausible. Public outrage was mounting, calls for his resignation echoing across social media. That evening, tucked away in the safe house, Sarah and I watched the unfolding drama on a small, secure TV. Ben's face, earnest and resolute, filled the screen, his words slicing through the carefully constructed lies of Volkov's network. "It's over for them," Sarah murmured, leaning her head on my shoulder, "at least here." "Not yet," I corrected, watching the screen. "Volkov is still out there, and he won't give up easily. This is just the beginning of the real fight." The next few days were a whirlwind of media coverage, FBI statements, and leaks from the ongoing investigation. The sheer depth of Volkov's infiltration became clearer with every passing hour. He hadn't just siphoned money, he had influenced policy, steered elections, and systematically eroded public trust. The city was in shock, grappling with the betrayal. Agent Miller kept us informed. More arrests were made, minor figures in the network, shell company managers, complicit contractors. The case against Price, Maxwell, and Hansen was tightening. Marcus Thorne's testimony was proving invaluable, filling in gaps about Volkov's internal operations and the pressure tactics used on OmniCorp employees. However, Volkov himself remained elusive. The FBI had expanded their international search, working with allied agencies, but he had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving behind a crumbling empire. "He's like a phantom," Agent Miller admitted during one of our secure calls. "Everywhere and nowhere. We've hit him hard financially and taken down his local structure, but he's still a threat as long as he's free." Our time in the safe house, initially a relief, began to feel stifling. We were safe but isolated. My journalistic instincts chafed at being on the sidelines while the biggest story of my career unfolded. Sarah, too, felt the confinement, though she put her energy into continuing to analyze any new intelligence the FBI shared, hoping to find a pattern, a weakness that would lead them to Volkov. Then, a week after Operation Oracle launched, a new development emerged, both unexpected and deeply unsettling. Agent Miller called us, her voice unusually grim. "Mr. Thorne, Ms. Chen, we have a problem, a major one." My heart instantly hammered. "What is it?" "We've detected a sophisticated, ongoing cyber attack targeting our secure communication channels, specifically those related to the Oracle investigation. It's incredibly advanced, highly persistent, and designed to extract information about our sources and assets." Volkov, Sarah breathed, her face paling. "Likely," Miller confirmed. "This isn't just about trying to shut us down. This is about finding you and Marcus Thorne and anyone else who poses a threat to him. He wants retribution, and he wants to salvage what's left of his network." "Can you stop it?" I asked. "Our cyber teams are working around the clock," she replied. "But this is Volkov's specialty. He's a former intelligence operative. He built his empire on information, and he knows how to get it. They're trying to brute force our encryption, looking for vulnerabilities. We've traced the attacks to multiple locations, all masked, but the sophistication points to a state-level actor or someone with similar resources. Volkov fits that profile." "What does this mean for our safety?" Sarah questioned, her voice tight. "It means we can't guarantee the long-term integrity of this safe house or any of our current secure locations," Miller admitted. "If he gains access to enough information, he'll be able to pinpoint your location. We need to move you, and we need to go completely off the grid beyond anything we've done before." "Where will we go?" I asked, a fresh wave of fear washing over me. "That's being determined now," she said, "but it will be somewhere completely isolated, completely untraceable, and your contact with the outside world, even with us, will have to cease for a time. It's too risky." "What about the investigation?" I pressed. "What about finding Volkov?" "We are relentless," Miller assured me, though her voice held a note of strain. "But right now, securing our key witnesses is paramount. Volkov will be looking for any leverage, any way to silence those who exposed him. You too are at the top of that list." Within hours, the safe house was bustling with agents. Our few belongings were packed, and we were prepared for immediate relocation. The mood was grim, the initial triumph of Operation Oracle now overshadowed by the chilling reality of Volkov's relentless pursuit. He was wounded but far from defeated. As dusk fell, a black, unmarked helicopter landed on a secluded pad behind the house, its rotors kicking up a flurry of dust and leaves. We were ushered aboard, the agents moving with a speed and efficiency that underscored the urgency of our situation. The helicopter lifted off, carrying us higher and higher above the sprawling city. I looked down, seeing the familiar lights, the intricate tapestry of streets and buildings, now a distant, vulnerable landscape. Volkov was out there, a phantom predator, and we were his targets. Our journey took us far from the urban sprawl. We flew for hours over dense forests, rugged mountains, and finally over a vast, seemingly untouched wilderness. The sun had long set, leaving only the pale sliver of a moon to illuminate the desolate landscape below. Eventually, the helicopter descended, landing gently on a clearing beside a remote, isolated cabin. It was rustic, built of rough-hewn logs nestled deep within a thick expanse of pine trees. There were no visible roads, no power lines, no signs of civilization for miles around. "This is it, Mr. Thorne, Ms. Chen," Agent Miller said, her voice barely audible over the receding thrum of the rotors. "Welcome to Site Alpha. You are completely off-grid here. No digital footprint, no external communications. Our team will provide supplies and security, but beyond that, you are cut off. It's the only way to guarantee your safety from Volkov's cyber attacks." Two agents were already on the ground, motioning us forward. They were dressed in combat fatigues, armed with automatic weapons. This wasn't just protective custody, it was a military-grade security operation. Inside, the cabin was Spartan but functional. A small wood-burning stove provided heat, and there were cots, a rough-hewn table, and a small, battery-powered lantern. No internet, no phone, no television, just silence and the knowledge that we were utterly alone deep in the wilderness. "We will maintain a rotating security detail of highly trained personnel," Agent Davies explained, his voice low. "They will patrol the perimeter, ensure your safety, and deliver supplies every few days. Do not venture beyond the immediate vicinity of the cabin without an escort. This is a very remote area, and we need to maintain absolute control over who comes and goes." "How long will we be here?" Sarah asked, her voice small in the vast silence of the cabin. Agent Miller looked at us, her face unreadable. "Until Volkov is apprehended, or until we can definitively say his threat has been neutralized. We don't have a timeline, days, weeks, months, we don't know." The reality of our situation settled in. We were prisoners, albeit protected ones. Our lives, our careers, our connections to the outside world were put on indefinite hold. The truth we had fought so hard to unleash had now trapped us in its dangerous wake. The agents left us with a final stern warning about security protocols and then retreated, leaving us alone with the two armed guards posted outside the cabin. The silence was profound, broken only by the crackle of the wood-burning stove and the rustling of leaves outside. "Well," Sarah said, breaking the silence, a weak attempt at humor in her voice, "this is a little more off-grid than I usually go for." I managed a faint smile. At least we have a roof over our heads and we're safe. But the word felt hollow, safe from Volkov's immediate grasp perhaps, but not truly safe. Not free, not until he was caught. The days that followed blurred into a monotonous routine. We read the few books the agents had brought, played cards, and talked for hours, replaying every detail of the operation, every step of Ben's investigation. The guards, polite but distant, maintained their vigilant watch. We received infrequent updates from Agent Miller via secure one-way radio transmission. News from the outside world was sparse and filtered. Mayor Thompson had indeed resigned amidst growing scandal and public outcry. Price, Maxwell, and Hansen were formally charged and denied bail. The investigation was continuing, but Volkov remained at large, a shadow looming over everything. One afternoon, about 2 weeks into our exile, Agent Miller's voice crackled through the radio, carrying a new urgency. "Mr. Thorne, Ms. Chen, we have a development. Volkov has made a move, a very bold one." My heart jumped. "What is it?" "He hasn't tried to disappear entirely. Instead, he's launching a counteroffensive, not directly against us, but against the perception of truth. He's using a sophisticated, globally distributed network of disinformation sites, social media bots, and even bribed media contacts to discredit Ben Carter's video and the entire Oracle operation." "What's he doing?" Sarah asked, leaning closer to the radio. "He's claiming the video is a deepfake," Miller explained, her voice grim. "Fabricated by a disgruntled former WNVC employee with a vendetta. He's pushing a narrative that the FBI operation is a politically motivated witch hunt orchestrated by powerful rivals. He's even subtly implying that Ben Carter was involved in shady dealings himself, and the Dead Man's Switch was a staged event to cover his own tracks." A cold rage pulsed through me. He's trying to rewrite history, to assassinate Ben's character even after his death. "Exactly," Miller confirmed. "His digital army is swarming online, drowning out legitimate news, creating chaos and doubt. We're fighting a propaganda war on an unprecedented scale. Some less reputable news outlets, particularly those with existing ties to Volkov's network, are already running with his narrative, sowing seeds of doubt." "But the evidence," Sarah exclaimed. "The arrests, the frozen assets, Marcus Thorne's testimony, it's all verifiable." "Yes, it is," Miller conceded. "But Volkov is not trying to prove a different truth. He's trying to destroy the concept of truth, to make everything seem like a lie so no one knows what to believe. He's exploiting the current climate of distrust in media and institutions." "He's playing dirty," I said, my jaw clenched. "He's weaponizing disinformation." "And he's doing it effectively," Miller admitted. "Our cyber teams are trying to counter his narrative, but it's like trying to bail out a sinking ship with a thimble. He controls too many false flag accounts, too many botnets. The longer he can keep this up, the more doubt he can sow, the more public pressure will build against our investigation. He's trying to save his reputation and potentially escape justice by eroding public confidence in the system itself." "There has to be a way to fight back," I insisted. "Ben's truth is irrefutable." "We agree," Miller said, "but we need more. We need something that cuts through the noise, something that Volkov cannot possibly fake or discredit. We believe we know what that is, and it involves you too." My heart pounded with a renewed sense of purpose. "What is it?" "We believe Volkov himself might be preparing to give an interview," Miller revealed. "Through one of his deeply compromised media contacts, a former intelligence colleague of his, now a prominent independent online journalist known for pushing conspiracy theories. Volkov will attempt to control the narrative, present his side of the story, and further discredit you, Ben, and the FBI. It will be his ultimate play." "We can't let him do that," Sarah said, her eyes blazing. "We don't intend to," Miller replied. "But we can't stop the interview. We believe it's Volkov's way of re-emerging, of showing he's still powerful. He'll make it as public as possible. But what if there was another voice, a voice that could challenge his lies directly with unshakable authority and in real time?" A sudden, dizzying possibility formed in my mind. Marcus Thorne. "Precisely," Miller confirmed. "Marcus Thorne, the whistleblower, the man Volkov thought he'd silenced and buried. If Marcus could appear publicly, alive and well, to tell his story in direct contradiction to Volkov's lies, it would be devastating. It would be irrefutable proof that Volkov is a liar, a murderer, and a manipulator. It would expose his disinformation campaign for what it is." "But it's incredibly dangerous for Marcus," Sarah cautioned. "He'd be putting his life on the line again." "He understands the risks," Miller said. "He wants to do it. He wants to help put Volkov away, but we need to ensure his safety and the impact of his testimony. This is where you come in, Mr. Thorne." "Me?" I asked, confused. "You're a professional news anchor, Mr. Thorne," Miller reminded me. You have credibility, a voice, and an understanding of how to craft a compelling narrative. We want you to interview Marcus Thorne, a live, secure national broadcast, a direct counter-narrative to Volkov's impending disinformation offensive. You'll bring out the truth, present the evidence, and let Marcus tell his story to the world. The idea was audacious, terrifying, and exhilarating all at once. My blood hummed with excitement. This was journalism. This was what Ben would have wanted. A live interview from here, I asked, looking around the isolated cabin. No, Miller clarified, not from Site Alpha. We'll need a different, even more secure location for that. One with full broadcast capabilities but still completely isolated and protected. This will be an extraordinary event, unprecedented. We'll leverage every resource to make it happen safely. And the risk, Sarah interjected. Volkov will undoubtedly try to interfere to attack the broadcast. We anticipate that, Miller said, her voice resolute. Our cyber teams will be on full alert, shielding the broadcast from any attack, and the location will be fortified. This is a gamble, yes, but it's our best chance to win the propaganda war, to completely discredit Volkov and pave the way for his capture. We need to reclaim the narrative. Ben's legacy demands it. I looked at Sarah. Her eyes, initially wary, now held the same burning conviction as mine. We're in, I said, my voice firm. Tell us what we need to do. Miller let out a slow breath. Good, we will begin preparations immediately. You will be relocated again, this time to a highly specialized black site facility. There you'll be briefed on the exact timing and logistics. Marcus Thorne will join you there. You'll have time to prepare to craft the interview to ensure every detail is perfect. This has to be the most impactful, most undeniable broadcast of your career, Mr. Thorne. It has to be the final word. The next few days were a flurry of activity. The mood in Site Alpha, once stagnant, was now charged with renewed purpose. We packed our few belongings again, a sense of impending action replacing the dull ache of confinement. The new location was even more remote, even more secure. It was an underground bunker disguised beneath an innocuous-looking rural property. Its walls were thick, reinforced concrete, its entrance a series of heavy, blast-proof doors. Inside, it was a marvel of modern technology, a fully equipped broadcast studio, communication centers, living quarters, all self-contained and completely shielded from the outside world. It was here, in this subterranean fortress, that I finally met Marcus Thorne. He was a man in his late 40s, prematurely gray, his eyes still haunted by the months he had spent in hiding, the fear of Volkov's reach. But there was also a steely resolve in his gaze, a quiet determination to finally speak his truth. Mr. Thorne, I said, extending my hand. Alex Thorne, I worked with Ben Carter. He spoke highly of you. He wanted you to be safe. Marcus shook my hand, his grip surprisingly firm. He was a good man, Ben, braver than any of us. I owe him this. I owe him the truth. Over the next week, we worked tirelessly. I interviewed Marcus repeatedly, honing the narrative, ensuring his testimony was clear, compelling, and meticulously accurate. We went over every document, every financial detail, every piece of evidence from Ben's drive, correlating it with Marcus's first-hand knowledge of Volkov's inner workings at OmniCorp. Sarah, with Agent Reyes, worked on preparing visual aids, the flowcharts, the financial records, the intercepted communications, to be seamlessly integrated into the broadcast. Marcus spoke of Volkov's systematic manipulation, the threats, the coercion, the sheer ruthlessness with which the organization operated. He described how OmniCorp, under Volkov's direction, had become a conduit for asset stripping and money laundering, disguising vast illicit profits as legitimate earnings from public contracts. His story was horrifying, a stark testament to the insidious nature of Volkov's empire. He controlled everything, Marcus explained, his voice gaining strength with each session. He had people everywhere. If you didn't cooperate, you disappeared, or worse, Ben was just the latest casualty. The FBI team, led by Agent Miller, monitored Volkov's disinformation campaign, noting its growing success in muddling the narrative. It became clear that the time for our counterattack was fast approaching. Volkov's interview is scheduled for Friday evening, Agent Miller announced one morning, her face grave. It's going to be a global spectacle. He's clearly confident he can twist the narrative in his favor. Then our broadcast must be immediate, I asserted. A direct rebuttal, he speaks and then we speak with irrefutable truth. Precisely, Miller agreed. We will broadcast your interview with Marcus Thorne a mere hour after Volkov's ends. We want to cut through his lies while his words are still fresh in the public's mind. It will be aired across every major national news channel we can secure and simultaneously streamed globally across secure, independent platforms. It will be impossible to ignore. The night before the broadcast, the tension in the bunker was palpable. The broadcast studio was buzzing with FBI technical teams, checking every piece of equipment, fortifying every cyber defense. Marcus was calm, but his eyes held a deep sadness, the weight of what he was about to reveal evident in every line on his face. Sarah was focused, meticulously finalizing the digital assets for the broadcast. I, too, felt a strange mix of fear and exhilaration. the familiar adrenaline of a live broadcast amplified 1,000-fold by the stakes involved. I put on a crisp suit, the one I had packed from my apartment weeks ago. It felt like putting on armor. This wasn't just a news report, it was a battle for truth, a final confrontation with Volkov waged on the airwaves. "Remember Alex," Agent Miller said, pulling me aside just before we went live. "Volkov is cunning, he will try anything to disrupt this. Our teams are ready for every eventuality, but you must stay focused. Tell the story, let Marcus speak, and make sure the world hears the truth." I nodded, taking a deep breath. "We will." The countdown began. In the control room, Agent Reyes monitored the global broadcasts, her eyes flicking between screens. Volkov's interview is live now. He's already weaving his narrative, painting himself as a victim, blaming the FBI, and discrediting Ben Carter. It's a masterclass in manipulation. I watched a snippet of Volkov on one of the monitors. He looked calm, charismatic, his words smooth and persuasive, a dangerous predator disguised in a tailored suit. He spoke of state overreach, unscrupulous journalists, and malicious actors trying to destabilize legitimate businesses. He was a master orator, weaving lies into a plausible-sounding tapestry. But I knew the truth, and so did Marcus Thorne. 30 seconds until our broadcast, Agent Reyes announced, her voice cutting through the tension. I took my seat opposite Marcus, the cameras humming to life. The stage was set, the world was watching. 15 seconds. I looked at Marcus, and he met my gaze, a silent pact passing between us. 10. My hand gripped the edge of the desk. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, you're live, Alex. The red light on the camera illuminated. I looked directly into the lens, my voice steady, imbued with a gravity that came from weeks of fear and relentless pursuit of justice. "Good evening. Tonight we present a story that the powerful tried to bury, a truth that cost a good man his life, and a conspiracy that threatened the very foundations of our society. You have just heard Viktor Volkov attempt to rewrite history. Tonight we will show you the real history, we will show you the truth." I paused, letting my words sink in. Joining me tonight in his first and only public interview is Marcus Thorne. Mr. Thorne is a former senior accountant for OmniCorp Solutions and the original whistleblower who bravely brought this information to the attention of Ben Carter, the WNVC anchor who was tragically murdered trying to expose this very network. Mr. Thorne, thank you for being here. Marcus, his face solemn, looked directly at the camera. "Thank you for giving me this platform, Alex. It's time the world knew what Viktor Volkov truly is." And so we began. For the next 2 hours, Marcus laid bare the intricate web of deceit, corruption, and violence that was Volkov's empire. He spoke of how OmniCorp Solutions and Vanguard Holdings were engineered to siphon public funds, launder money, and exert political control. He detailed the threats, the coercion, the contingency plans to silence anyone who stood in Volkov's way. His testimony was raw, unflinching, and utterly convincing. As he spoke, Sarah's meticulously prepared visual aids flashed on screen, the shell companies, the bank transfers, the internal communications showing Samuel Price receiving orders from the architect. We played excerpts from Ben's video, his own defiant words echoing Marcus's testimony. The pieces of the puzzle, painstakingly gathered by Ben, Sarah, and me, were falling into place for millions of viewers. The impact was immediate and undeniable. Even as the broadcast aired, Agent Reyes was feeding us updates from the control room. Social media is exploding. Volkov's disinformation campaign is being completely overwhelmed. People are sharing Marcus's story, cross-referencing with Ben's video. His narrative is collapsing in real time. Major networks are cutting away from their regularly scheduled programming to carry this, Agent Miller added, a rare smile gracing her lips. "This is a knockout blow, Alex." As the interview neared its end, I looked at Marcus, then back at the camera. "Mr. Thorne, Ben Carter believed that the truth, no matter how dangerous, always finds a way out. Tonight you have proven him right. Your courage and Ben's sacrifice have ensured that Viktor Volkov's empire of lies has finally been exposed." The final segment was a powerful montage, Ben's face vibrant and alive, undefined. Spersed with clips of Marcus Thorne's testimony, the FBI raids, and the now infamous architect diagrams. It was a testament to courage, a memorial to a fallen journalist, and an undeniable declaration of truth that reverberated across the globe. As the credits rolled and the broadcast faded to black, a profound silence descended upon the control room. It wasn't a silence of exhaustion, but one of stunned awe. Then a roar erupted. Agents cheered, clapped, and slapped each other on the back. Tears streamed down Agent Miller's face, a rare display of emotion. Even Agent Davies, the stern-faced veteran, had a wide, genuine smile etched onto his weathered features. I felt Marcus Thorne clasp my arm, his eyes shining with a mixture of relief and a quiet, dignified triumph. "We did it, Alex," he said, his voice husky. "Ben's truth, it's out there." Sarah rushed over, her face radiant, pulling both Marcus and me into a tight embrace. "You were incredible, both of you," she exclaimed, her voice trembling. "The world heard you." Agent Miller, wiping her eyes, approached us. Mr. Thorne, Ms. Chen, that was beyond anything we could have hoped for. You didn't just tell a story, you shattered a kingdom of lies. Volkov's narrative is dead in the water. This is the turning point. Agent Reyes, still monitoring the screens, confirmed the impact. The analytics are off the charts, our secure streams are holding strong, and major news networks are running a loop of the entire interview. Public sentiment is overwhelmingly against Volkov. Calls for his capture are trending worldwide. The disinformation sites are being flagged and removed almost as fast as they can post. This is a complete collapse for his propaganda machine. Davies, his voice now booming, declared, "This changes everything. Volkov has nowhere left to hide digitally and now nowhere to hide in the court of public opinion. He's exposed, isolated, and politically radioactive. The net just got a whole lot tighter." The bunker, once a prison, now felt like a command center. The air crackled with a new energy, a sense of momentum. The successful broadcast had galvanized the FBI team, sharpening their focus on the ultimate prize, Viktor Volkov himself. For the next few hours, the debriefing was less about post-mortem analysis and more about forward-thinking strategy. The FBI's international network was activated, leveraging the massive public outcry and the now undeniable evidence presented by Marcus. Volkov's remaining allies, even those deeply compromised, would find it increasingly difficult to support him without incurring massive public and legal backlash. "This is not over until Volkov is in custody," Agent Miller reiterated, her professional demeanor firmly back in place. "He is cornered, but a cornered animal is often the most dangerous. He will be desperate. He will be looking for an escape or retribution." "What's his likely next move?" Sarah asked, ever analytical. "Historically, Volkov has always operated with extreme caution and contingency plans," Agent Davies answered. "He anticipated his network collapsing. He likely has deep caches of funds, assets, and possibly even operatives in various regions that he hasn't activated yet. His cyber counteroffensive was brilliant, but you cut it off at the knees. Now he's lost his primary weapon, manipulation of information. So he'll go kinetic," I deduced, remembering the architect and Ben's fate. "It's a strong possibility," Miller confirmed grimly. "He operates in the shadows, but he's not afraid of violence. We need to find him before he can do any more damage or disappear completely." The FBI's strategy now shifted from containment and exposure to active hunt. The sheer volume of data, coupled with Marcus Thorne's first-hand knowledge and the global pressure, provided an unprecedented opportunity. Marcus, now fully committed, spent hours with Agent Reyes, dissecting Volkov's operational methods, his likely hideouts, his potential escape routes, even his personal quirks. "He's meticulous, almost pathologically so," Marcus explained, poring over old organizational charts. "Every move calculated, every vulnerability accounted for, but he also has a colossal ego. He can't stand to be humiliated. That interview, Alex, that broke him in a way no financial hit ever could. He'll want revenge, but he'll also want to prove he's still in control." One crucial piece of information Marcus provided was Volkov's obsession with a particular set of rare antique maps. He had a secret room in his main office, a small antechamber. Nobody went in there. He'd spend hours, sometimes days, just studying those maps. They weren't valuable commercially, not really, but he considered them his keys to the past and future, he'd say. "I always thought it was an odd eccentricity, but he guarded them more fiercely than any ledger or encrypted drive." Agent Davies leaned forward. "Maps, you say? What kind of maps?" "Old colonial era, 18th century, 19th century. Mostly focused on maritime trade routes, obscure island territories, and unexplored continental interiors. He often referenced them when talking about new frontiers and unclaimed territories, euphemisms for illicit ventures, I always assumed." Sarah, ever quick, chimed in. "Could these maps relate to potential offshore safe havens that haven't been compromised yet? Places so remote or historically complex that they wouldn't show up on standard financial intelligence databases?" "It's possible," Agent Miller mused. "Volkov has always operated in the gray areas, exploiting jurisdictional loopholes. A remote, historically overlooked territory could be perfect for a final, untouchable stronghold. If we can identify the specific regions on those maps, it might give us a lead." The FBI immediately initiated a new line of inquiry, focusing on arcane historical cartography and its potential links to modern-day tax havens or unregulated territories. Specialists were brought in, poring over geographical data, historical treaties, and current geopolitical anomalies. Meanwhile, Alex, Sarah, and Marcus, though still in protective custody within the bunker, found their roles shifting. No longer just witnesses or sources, they became active, albeit remote, participants in the hunt. Sarah returned to the digital realm, now with the FBI's full cyber arsenal at her disposal. She wasn't just monitoring, she was actively hunting for new Volkov-linked digital footprints, searching for any flicker of activity, any sign that he was trying to rebuild. I in turn began working with Agent Miller on crafting public messages, leveraging my journalistic skills to control the narrative, maintain public pressure, and counter any residual disinformation Volkov might attempt to spread. My voice, now widely recognized as the one that exposed Volkov, carried significant weight. Marcus, no longer burdened by secrets, was a fountain of information. He worked closely with a team of financial analysts, identifying obscure accounts, forgotten shell corporations, and even personal contacts of Volkov that had escaped initial detection. His memory for detail, honed by years of meticulously maintaining Volkov's illicit empire, proved invaluable. Days bled into a week. The initial public euphoria slowly gave way to a simmering impatience for Volkov's capture. The FBI faced increasing pressure from political leaders and the international community. Then a breakthrough came indirectly from Marcus's map lead. "We think we've got something," Agent Reyes announced one morning, bursting into our command center in the bunker. She held a tablet, her face alight with excitement. Our historical cartography team, cross-referencing with obscure shipping manifests from Volkov's old Vanguard Holdings data, found a pattern. He consistently bought small, highly specialized cargo vessels, not for standard freight, but for unique, off-route voyages. "And where did these voyages lead?" Sarah asked, her fingers already flying across her own keyboard. "Mostly to a cluster of small, uninhabited islands in the South Pacific," Reyes replied, zooming in on a digital map. "Formerly part of an old French protectorate, but largely abandoned and undeveloped since the 1960s. They have no indigenous population, no modern infrastructure, and are rarely visited. There's one island in particular, called Isle des Secrets, Island of Secrets, which stands out. Volkov purchased mineral rights there years ago through one of his earliest shell companies, a transaction that was so small and remote it was never flagged." "Mineral rights on an uninhabited island," I questioned. "What would he be mining?" "Not mining," Marcus interjected, his eyes widening. "He always talked about establishing a safe harbor. He was obsessed with self-sufficiency, with creating a place completely off the grid, a fortress, a place immune to the rules of the world." "A base of operations," Agent Miller concluded grimly. "It fits. A perfect place to disappear, to rebuild, and to continue to exert influence without fear of external interference. And with his ego, a place from which to plan his revenge." The revelation sent a jolt of anticipation through the team. This wasn't just a hideout, it was potentially Volkov's last, desperate stronghold. "We need to move quickly," Agent Davies stressed. "If he's there, he'll be fortifying it, preparing for a siege, and he'll have a network of loyal, perhaps fanatical, operatives with him." The FBI, in conjunction with international maritime and defense agencies, began to quietly assemble an elite task force. The operation, codenamed Neptune, was planned with meticulous precision. It would be a joint military and law enforcement venture, covertly approaching Isle des Secrets and neutralizing Volkov's presence. Alex, Sarah, and Marcus, still in the bunker, were kept abreast of every development. They reviewed reconnaissance photos, grainy satellite images showing what looked like a hidden airstrip, a small dock, and a cluster of buildings carved into the dense jungle foliage. It was indeed a fortress, built with resources siphoned from years of corruption. "He truly believed he was untouchable," Marcus muttered, staring at the images. "A king in his own island kingdom." The planning phase for Operation Neptune took another tense week. The challenges were immense. The remoteness of the island, the unknown number and loyalty of Volkov's security detail, and the need for absolute secrecy to ensure Volkov wasn't tipped off. During this time, the isolation in the bunker became almost unbearable. The hunt for Volkov had become all-consuming, a desperate race against time. We knew that every moment he remained free was a risk to countless others and a personal affront to Ben's memory. One evening, Agent Miller called a final pre-mission briefing. Her face, projected onto the large screen in the bunker's command center, was solemn. "Operation Neptune is a go. Launch is set for 300 hours, 2 days from now. A joint force of SEALs and FBI HRT will be deployed. Their mission is to secure the island, apprehend Viktor Volkov, and neutralize any hostile resistance. We expect heavy resistance." She paused, her gaze sweeping over our faces. "This is it. The culmination of everything you've worked for, everything Ben Carter sacrificed for. This is where we bring Volkov to justice." A sense of profound finality, yet also a surge of fierce hope, filled the room. The end was in sight. The 2 days leading up to the launch of Operation Neptune were agonizing. Sarah and I tried to distract ourselves with small tasks, but our minds constantly replayed scenarios, imagined the dangers. Marcus, unusually quiet, seemed lost in thought, perhaps recalling his years under Volkov's thumb or anticipating the ultimate confrontation. The night before the operation, I found Marcus staring at a large, laminated map of the South Pacific, the small dot of Isle des Secrets circled in red. "You know," he said, his voice quiet, "Volkov once told me a story about that island. He said it was named by a French explorer who supposedly hid a vast treasure there, a treasure so dangerous it had to be forgotten. Volkov believed he was destined to uncover it, to wield its power." What kind of treasure? I asked, intrigued despite the gravity of the situation. Marcus shook his head. He never said, just that it was the ultimate secret, something that would allow him to control not just markets but minds. I always thought it was just megalomania, another one of his delusions of grandeur. A chill ran down my spine. Or maybe, I suggested, it was a metaphor for the network he built, the secrets he held, the power of information. Marcus looked at me, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. Perhaps something more literal. The next morning, as the clock ticked past 300, a palpable tension settled over the bunker. Agent Reyes, with a team of technicians, monitored a secure satellite feed showing a live, albeit static, image of the moonlit waters around Isle des Secrets. Communication with the strike force was limited to encrypted bursts, ensuring absolute radio silence. Teams are in the water, Agent Miller's voice crackled over the intercom, her voice tight with anticipation. Approach is covert, no visual confirmation yet. We watched the static screen, holding our breath. The fate of Volkov and perhaps a part of our own future hung in the balance. An hour later, a new update. Perimeter secured, no initial resistance, moving inland. Hope flickered, then just as quickly receded. Volkov was too cunning for such a simple capture. Then a sudden, urgent voice from the comms. Contact, heavy automatic weapons fire, hostiles engaged at the primary dock, taking casualties. The air went out of the room. Agent Miller cursed under her breath. Damn it, he knew. Impossible, Agent Davies roared. Our OPSEC was flawless. Perhaps not entirely, Sarah murmured, her eyes fixed on the blank screen. Volkov has eyes and ears everywhere, even if we can't find them. He's always one step ahead. The next reports were fragmented, grim, intense firefights, explosions. The SEALs and HRT teams were facing well-entrenched, heavily armed operatives. Volkov hadn't just built a hideout, he had built a fortified military base. We need a live visual, Miller demanded. Anything. Agent Reyes worked furiously, trying to access any drone feeds, any tactical cameras. Satellite coverage is intermittent due to jamming. They're actively disrupting our communications. Panic began to set in, a cold dread twisting in my stomach. Was this a trap? Was Volkov waiting for them? Reports of sniper fire from the jungle canopy, a voice from the comms said, strained, heavy suppressive fire. Casualties mounting, Miller stated, her voice grim. We're losing men. The helplessness was agonizing. We were miles away, safe in our bunker, while brave men and women fought and died trying to bring down the monster we had exposed. Then, through the chaos, a single, clear voice. We've breached the outer defenses, moving towards the central complex, target acquisition imminent. A collective gasp of relief. They were making progress. Minutes later, another update. Primary compound secured, searching for Volkov, no sign yet. He's not there, I whispered, my heart sinking. Had he escaped again? Continue the search, Miller commanded into the comms. Sweep the entire island, check every bunker, every cave, every hidden passage. He cannot have vanished. The next hour was a tense, agonizing wait. The comms were quieter now, interspersed with reports of clearing buildings, securing prisoners, and treating the wounded, but no Volkov. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm us, a new, urgent voice cut through. Agent Miller, we've found something. In a hidden bunker beneath the main compound, a sophisticated data center, and a body. My blood ran cold. A body, is it Volkov? Identification is difficult, the voice replied, ragged. Severe burns, but the build, it might be him. There's also a suicide protocol device rigged to destroy the data center if tampered with. We're working to disarm it. A wave of conflicting emotions washed over me. Relief that Volkov might be dead, but also a deep sense of unfulfillment. No trial, no public accounting for his crimes, no direct justice for Ben. Secure the data, Miller ordered, her voice sharp. Prioritize any uncompromised servers and get a full ID on that body. Hours later, as the sun began to paint the horizon, the final reports trickled in. The island was secured. Volkov's remaining operatives were either captured or neutralized, but the identity of the charred body was still unconfirmed. The data center, however, yielded a chilling discovery. We managed to salvage most of the servers before the suicide protocol fully activated, Agent Reyes announced, her face pale. And we found a vault, a digital vault heavily encrypted, separate from everything else. What's in it? Sarah asked, her voice barely a whisper. We don't know yet, Reyes admitted. It's a level of encryption we've never encountered, state-of-the-art, beyond anything Volkov used for his regular operations. It's like a final, impenetrable lock. Agent Miller, looking exhausted but grimly determined, addressed us. The body, forensic identification is underway. It will take time given the condition, but the initial assessment suggests it is Volkov. However, there are discrepancies. In this vault, it feels like Volkov's ultimate contingency, his true treasure. What if he's not dead? I voiced the chilling thought that had been nagging at me. What if he staged his own death to escape, to lead us to believe he's gone while he activates whatever is in that vault? Agent Davies nodded slowly. It's a distinct possibility. Volkov is a master of deception. He knows how to play the long game. And if he has resources in that vault, resources capable of that level of encryption, then he's far from defeated. The victory, so hard-won, now felt hollow, tainted by uncertainty. The threat of Volkov still loomed, perhaps even larger now that he was a ghost, a myth, potentially wielding an unknown power from the shadows. Days turned into a week. The bunker, which had briefly roared with the triumph of Operation Oracle, now settled into a new kind of anxious vigilance. The body from Isle des Secrets remained tentatively identified as Volkov, but without absolute, irrefutable proof. The doubt gnawed at us. The impenetrable digital vault became the new obsession, the key to understanding Volkov's ultimate plan. Sarah, alongside Agent Reyes and a team of the FBI's top cyber experts, worked ceaselessly, trying every known cryptanalysis technique, every brute force attack, every cutting-edge algorithm to crack the vault's encryption. But it held firm. It was a digital fortress, seemingly designed to withstand any assault. It's unlike anything I've ever seen, Sarah admitted one evening, her face smudged with exhaustion. It's not just complex, it's intelligent. It seems to learn to adapt. It's almost as if it's alive. Her words sent a shiver down my spine. An intelligent, adaptive encryption. What kind of secrets could it be protecting? What kind of power could Volkov have hidden away? Marcus Thorne, still with us, became increasingly withdrawn. The capture of the island, the tentative identification of Volkov's body, had not brought him the peace he craved. He knew Volkov too well. He sensed the lingering danger, the incomplete justice. He always had a backup plan for his backup plan, Marcus mumbled one afternoon, staring blankly at the map of Isle des Secrets. He never truly lost. He always found a way to win, even if it meant sacrificing pawns or even himself in a strategic retreat. His words reinforced my own growing unease. Volkov dying in a fire, leaving behind an impenetrable vault, felt too convenient, too theatrical. Then, about 2 weeks after Operation Neptune, a new development emerged, not from the high-tech efforts in the bunker, but from an unexpected source, Arthur Sterling. Agent Miller received an encrypted message, traced to a series of untraceable dead drops, ultimately leading back to Sterling's secure network. It was terse, urgent. The Oracle is speaking, Volkov alive. The treasure is not what you think, it's not wealth, it's control, a weapon beyond measure, he's activating it. You're too late for the vault, look to the stars. The message hit us like a cold shockwave. Volkov was alive, and he was activating a weapon beyond measure. Look to the stars, Agent Miller repeated, her brow furrowed in confusion. What does that mean? The Oracle, I said, my mind racing. Arthur Sterling. He was the one who helped Ben find Volkov's network. He told me Ben's data was the final pieces of the puzzle. He knows something. Sarah, meanwhile, was already at her station, typing furiously. A weapon of control beyond measure. If it's not wealth, then what? And stars. Could it be a satellite network? Agent Reyes suggested, joining us. Global communication control or something more esoteric. The bunker was once again a hive of frantic activity, but this time the urgency was tinged with a new, terrifying uncertainty. Volkov hadn't just escaped. He was orchestrating something far more sinister than mere financial corruption. We need to find Arthur Sterling, Agent Miller declared, her voice hard. He's the only one who can explain this. He's our direct link to this oracle. But Arthur Sterling, true to his nature, had vanished. His network, while still active with the mysterious message, offered no further clues to his location. He was a ghost in the machine, choosing when and how to reveal himself. The FBI immediately shifted resources from cracking the vault to understanding Sterling's cryptic message. Look to the stars. What did it mean? They analyzed satellite data, astronomical observatories, anything remotely related to stars, but nothing connected directly to Volkov or his known operations. It was Sarah, during one of her rare breaks, staring idly at a random screen showing news feeds, who made the connection. Alex, she called, her voice strained. Look at this. These seemingly unrelated news stories, they're all from the last few days. I walked over. The screen displayed headlines from various international news outlets. Global cyberattacks targeting energy grids intensify, authorities baffled by source. Sudden market volatility rocks global stock exchanges. Experts warn of unprecedented algorithm malfunctions. Mass hysteria reported in multiple cities following viral social media mind control theories. Mysterious dream virus spreading online. Users report vivid nightmares. Disorientation after exposure to specific digital content. These are unrelated, I said, frowning. Cyberattacks are common. Market volatility is always happening. Mass hysteria is usually just social media gone wild. But look closer, Sarah urged, her finger pointing at commonalities. The energy grid attacks, they're all targeting very specific older analog control systems that interface with newer digital ones. The market volatility, it's not random. It's targeting specific high-frequency trading algorithms, manipulating them to create maximum chaos and fear rather than just profit. And the dream virus. It's spreading through specific online communities, and the reported symptoms are all remarkably similar. Vivid, disturbing nightmares, feelings of profound dread, and a subtle but persistent sense of being watched, of being controlled. My blood ran cold, the weapon of control. And look to the stars, Sarah continued, her eyes wide with dawning horror. It's not about literal stars, it's about celebrities, pop culture influencers, the people who control the hearts and minds of the masses. The dream virus is being seeded into viral content, popular memes, even background audio in hit songs and trending videos. It's subliminal, it's insidious, and it's affecting millions. Agent Miller, who had been listening intently, now stood rigidly. You're saying Volkov is using mass media to wage psychological warfare, to destabilize society by manipulating public perception and mental states. Not just perception, Sarah corrected, her voice barely a whisper. He's targeting the subconscious, using specific frequencies, patterns, and even subliminal messaging embedded in widely consumed digital content. The dream virus isn't a virus in the biological sense, it's a form of digital brainwashing, a way to subtly influence thoughts, emotions, and even decision-making on a massive scale. The energy grid and market attacks are just distractions, noise to create a sense of global instability and make people more susceptible to his underlying message of chaos and fear. The implications were staggering. Volkov wasn't after money or political power in the traditional sense anymore. He was after something far more terrifying, control over the collective consciousness. The treasure wasn't wealth, it was the ability to manipulate the minds of millions. He's destroying the concept of reality itself, I gasped, recalling Volkov's earlier disinformation campaign. Making people doubt everything, making them vulnerable to whatever new truth he wants to implant. Agent Davies, his face grim, slammed his fist on the table. This goes beyond terrorism. This is an attack on humanity itself. He's weaponized psychological manipulation on a global scale. The FBI bunker, once a symbol of security, now felt like a fragile bastion against an invisible, pervasive enemy. Volkov wasn't just hiding. He was launching a full-scale assault, not with bombs and bullets, but with data and dreams. We need to identify the source of these embedded messages, Agent Miller stated, her voice tight with suppressed panic. We need to find how he's injecting them into the global media stream. It's likely connected to the vault, Sarah said, her eyes fixed on the news feeds. Whatever is inside that encrypted fortress, it's the central command for this weapon beyond measure. The race to crack Volkov's digital vault intensified, now with a terrifying new urgency. The fate of global sanity, of the very fabric of truth, rested on breaking that code. Days blurred into a desperate scramble. Sarah and the cyber teams worked around the clock, fueled by coffee and annoying fear. The world outside the bunker seemed to be spiraling into a controlled chaos. News reports of inexplicable anxieties, widespread insomnia, and strange, collective delusions became more frequent. Public trust in institutions plummeted. The dream virus was not just a theory, it was a horrifying reality. We were battling an invisible enemy that could subtly warp the minds of millions. One evening, Sarah let out a cry of triumph, startling everyone in the command center. I found a backdoor, not into the main vault, but a secondary, unprotected log file from a satellite upload. It's a key, a partial key. What does it open? Agent Reyes demanded, rushing to her side. A manifest, Sarah exclaimed, her fingers flying across the keyboard. A manifest of devices, small, undetectable quantum-entangled signal emitters, installed in thousands of locations globally. In popular server farms, broadcasting towers, even some public Wi-Fi hubs. They're designed to silently inject specific data packets at specific frequencies into the ambient digital noise, and they're all controlled by a central command. The vault, I breathed. Yes, Sarah confirmed, her face etched with a mixture of awe and horror. And the manifest has a location marker, a single originating source for the command signals. It's not on Isle des Secrets. It's in the heart of Europe, beneath an old, seemingly abandoned clock tower in a small, obscure city in Switzerland. Agent Miller looked at Davies. Switzerland, the one Sarah identified earlier with the obscure foundation. The same, Davies confirmed, his jaw tight. The heart of Volkov's financial operations. He set up his real command center right under our noses, disguised in plain sight, protected by layers of financial and legal obscurity. The clock tower, I mused, always ticking, always measuring time, a symbol of control. It's a hub for old, extremely secure fiber optic lines, Sarah explained, pointing at a schematic that had appeared on her screen. Used to connect ancient banking institutions, untraceable by modern means if you know how to tap into them. He was leveraging the past to control the future. The new information brought a fresh surge of urgency. This wasn't just a hideout, it was the literal command center for Volkov's global mind control operation. The target was no longer just Volkov, it was the entire infrastructure of his weapon beyond measure. "We need to move immediately," Agent Miller stated, her voice devoid of any hesitation. "This is not a capture mission, it's a neutralization operation. We disarm this weapon and then we find Volkov." A new strike force was rapidly assembled, a smaller, more specialized team focused on a surgical strike. The mission: infiltrate the Swiss clock tower, disable Volkov's quantum-entangled signal emitters, and secure the central command vault. Alex, Sarah, and Marcus, still confined, offered their insights, refining the target intelligence. Marcus, in particular, remembered Volkov's cryptic fascination with old European clockwork mechanisms and a specific trip he'd made to Switzerland years ago, ostensibly for philanthropic investment in historical preservation. It all fit. The launch of the Swiss operation, codenamed Kronos, was a stark contrast to the initial dramatic launch of Oracle. This was a stealth mission, no fanfare, no public expectation. The world was too busy grappling with its own internal chaos to notice another quiet move by the FBI. Days crawled by, the bunker a tense, silent chamber of waiting. The feeds from the Swiss team were sparse, fragmented, but enough to paint a picture of extraordinary difficulty. The clock tower was a fortress, not just physically, but digitally. Layers of ancient stone and modern tech protected Volkov's nerve center. Then a breakthrough. "They're in," Agent Reyes exclaimed, her voice hoarse. "They've breached the final defensive layer, entering the main chamber." A new feed appeared on the screen, shaky and low-res, but showing an incredible sight. A vast circular room beneath the clock tower, filled with blinking servers, intricate holographic projections, and a central humming pedestal. And standing before it, a figure, his back to the camera. "Volkov." My breath hitched. He was alive, he was here, he was orchestrating the chaos. "He's activating something," a voice from the comms shouted. "He's inputting a final sequence." "Stop him," Miller roared, her voice echoing through the bunker. The image on the screen flickered, distorted. A struggle ensued, gunfire erupted, the feed went dead. Silence, a horrifying, deafening silence. Then a single voice, strained but triumphant. "Volkov is down, the system is being brought offline, but there's something else." "What is it?" Agent Miller demanded, her voice tight with fear. "A dead man's switch," the voice explained, still breathing heavily. "He activated a final sequence before he was neutralized. It's uploading his entire consciousness, his mind, into the quantum network. He's trying to become digital, immortal." "No," Sarah cried, her face paling. "He's trying to upload his core programming, his personality, his will, to become the architect of the digital realm, to control it from within the network itself." "Can you stop it?" I asked, a sense of ultimate dread washing over me. "We're trying," the voice from the comms replied, desperation in its tone. "But the upload is almost complete. He anticipated this. He designed it to be irreversible once initiated." The screen flickered back to life, showing the command center in the clock tower. Volkov lay still on the ground, but the central pedestal pulsed with a blinding light. "He's becoming the Oracle," Marcus whispered, his face ashen. "He's trying to embody the treasure of ultimate control." "Can you intercept the upload, Sarah?" Agent Miller pleaded, turning to her. "Can you stop him from becoming this digital consciousness?" Sarah's fingers flew across her keyboard, her eyes darting between her screens, tears streaming down her face. I might have a way, a brute force counter-upload, a wave of raw, destructive data, but it could crash the entire global network. It could cause widespread power outages, financial collapse, communication blackouts. It would be devastating. It's a nuclear option." "Do it," Agent Miller commanded, her voice firm, resolute. "If Volkov becomes this digital god, there's no telling what he'll do. The cost of not acting will be far greater than any disruption." Sarah hesitated for only a fraction of a second, the weight of the world resting on her young shoulders. Then, with a fierce cry, she slammed her hand down on a final key. The bunker plunged into darkness. All screens went black, the hum of servers died. The world outside, too, went silent, cut off from the digital lifeline that sustained it. The silence was absolute, terrifying. We were alone in the dark, wondering if Sarah had saved the world or destroyed it. Seconds stretched into minutes. It felt like an eternity to find. The absolute silence that followed Sarah's desperate act was more deafening than any explosion. In the bunker's command center, the air, usually thick with the hum of electronics, now felt unnaturally thin, cold. The total darkness, broken only by the faint, dying glow of emergency lights, swallowed us whole. It wasn't just the power that had gone out. It felt as if the very pulse of the world had ceased. Panic, raw and unbidden, coiled in my gut. My hands instinctively reached out, finding the cool, smooth surface of the control desk. Somewhere to my left, I heard Agent Miller's ragged breath, then Marcus Thorne's sharp intake. Sarah, who had been a whirlwind of furious action moments before, was now utterly still, a shadow slumped over her keyboard. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible in the void. Did it work?" No answer, only the ringing in my ears, the frantic beating of my own heart. The air itself seemed to vibrate with unspoken questions, with the unthinkable weight of what had just transpired. Had she saved us, or had she plunged the world into an even deeper abyss? Seconds stretched into an eternity. Each beat of my pulse felt like a hammer blow against the silence. Then a low, guttural moan escaped Agent Davies. "Lights, we need emergency lights, manual override." His voice, usually so steady, was laced with an edge of desperation. A moment later, a series of weak red emergency lights flickered on, casting long, eerie shadows across the faces of the FBI team. The pale, strained expressions were grim, etched with a mixture of fear, shock, and utter exhaustion. Agent Reyes, a technician by her side, was frantically fumbling with a manual power switch, her hands trembling. "Backup generators failing to engage," the technician muttered, his voice tight. "It's not just a localized grid issue, it's systemic, something much bigger." "The EMP," Marcus Thorne breathed, his voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the gloom like a knife. Or whatever that counter-upload was, it wasn't just targeted, it was a wave, it hit everything. My eyes found Sarah. She was still slumped, her head bowed over the darkened keyboard, her shoulders shaking. I rushed to her side, placing a hand on her back. "Sarah, talk to me, are you okay?" She flinched, then slowly lifted her head. Her face, illuminated by the dim red light, was streaked with tears, her eyes wide with a terror I'd never seen before. I don't know, Alex, I felt it, a wave, a raw, destructive burst of data. It hit the network, hit all the emitters, hit Volkov's upload stream, but then it just kept going. It felt like it ripped the digital fabric apart. Everything went dark. "So you stopped him?" Agent Miller asked, her voice tight, a flicker of hope amidst the dread. Sarah shook her head slowly. "I don't know, I hit the kill switch, the nuclear option. It should have overloaded the quantum network, flooded it with so much noise that his consciousness upload would be corrupted, fragmented, erased. But the fallout, I don't know what the fallout is. The system went completely offline before I could confirm if the upload was fully aborted." "But the global network is down," Agent Davies stated, his voice devoid of emotion, a stark observation. "All communications, all power grids, financial systems, everything." The technician, finally getting a few more emergency lights to flicker on, managed to bring up a single, isolated radio receiver. He tuned it frantically, searching for any signal. All he found was static, a vast ocean of white noise. "No global communication," he reported, his voice filled with despair. "Nothing, it's completely silent, like the world just stopped." A profound sense of isolation washed over us. We were in our secure bunker, designed to withstand external threats, but now it felt like a tomb. We had successfully attacked Volkov's weapon, but at what cost? Had we severed the world's digital arteries, condemning humanity to an unforeseen dark age? Agent Miller, ever the pragmatist, forced herself to take charge. "Okay, we're cut off. That means the Swiss team is also cut off. We have no confirmation on Volkov. We need to assess the damage locally, then try to re-establish contact. Raise any local power grids, anything that might be self-contained. Davies, get your team to check the bunker's isolated power systems. We need to get some light, some basic comms going. Sarah, can you even begin to guess the scale of this?" Sarah, still visibly shaken, tried to compose herself. The counter-upload wasn't an EMP in the traditional sense that disrupts electronics with an electromagnetic pulse. It was a data-level EMP, a quantum-level overload. It targeted the very infrastructure of the quantum entangled network Volkov was building. My hope was that by flooding it with chaotic data, I could corrupt his upload. But to do that, it had to be a massive, untargeted wave. It likely caused a catastrophic cascade failure across all interconnected digital systems, especially those relying on the kind of high-frequency, low-latency quantum entanglement Volkov was exploiting. Energy grids, financial markets, large-scale communication networks, they're all interconnected, often in ways we don't even fully understand at the quantum level. It would be like a digital heart attack, a global nervous system shutdown. The implications were horrifying. We hadn't just stopped Volkov, we might have reset human civilization, violently disconnecting it from its technological umbilical cord. After what felt like an eternity of frantic work, the bunker's internal systems slowly began to sputter back to life. Emergency lights solidified into a dim but steady glow. A few isolated computer terminals came online, connected only to the bunker's self-contained network, showing internal diagnostics. The heavy, reinforced door sealing us off from the world remained impenetrable. "No external power, no external comms," Agent Davies reported grimly. "Our emergency generators are designed for self-sufficiency, but they're only powering essential internal systems. Anything trying to reach outside is dead. No cellular, no satellite, no internet." It took another agonizing hour before Agent Reyes managed to bypass some of the internal network safeguards, jury-rigging a system that might be able to establish a weak, one-way burst transmission, strictly for emergency updates from the Swiss team, if they somehow managed to get their own systems back online. It's a long shot, she admitted, her face pale, but it's our only chance to know what happened in Switzerland. The weight was unbearable. Every face in the bunker was drawn tense. Marcus Thorne, usually stoic, paced restlessly. I felt a profound sense of responsibility, a crushing weight. Ben had died to expose Volkov, to save the world from his insidious schemes. Had we, in our attempt to honor his legacy, inadvertently created a new, far greater catastrophe? Then a faint, almost imperceptible crackle from the jury-rigged receiver. Agent Reyes' head snapped up. "I'm getting something," she exclaimed, her voice thick with adrenaline. It's the Swiss team. It's a burst transmission encrypted." She worked furiously, decrypting the signal. On the main screen, now dimly lit, words slowly began to scroll. "Swiss team report operation CHRONOS status critical. VOLKOV neutralized. Physical body confirmed deceased. Upload status unconfirmed. Counter-upload impact catastrophic. Quantum network severed. Global impact likely widespread digital collapse. Unable to ascertain full scale. Command Center SECURED. Vault status unreachable. Central pedestal critical damage. Unstable quantum field detected. Survivors Swiss team incurred heavy casualties but secured the location. Awaiting extraction further orders. Isolated. No external COMMS. Warning further anomalies detected post-shutdown. Unknown energy signatures. Recommend immediate containment investigation." Message ends. A collective sigh of relief, then a gasp of renewed horror. Volkov was dead. His physical body was gone, but the upload status was unconfirmed. An unstable quantum field detected. And unknown energy signatures. "What does unconfirmed upload status mean?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Did Sarah stop him or not?" Sarah looked up, her face a mask of anguish. "It means the network was severed too quickly to confirm. The stream was corrupted, yes. But if even a fraction of his consciousness, his core programming, managed to pass through before the complete digital collapse, it could still exist, fragmented, dispersed, but perhaps still aware, still potent. A ghost in the machine, but now a ghost haunting a world suddenly devoid of machines." Agent Miller ran a hand over her face, her expression one of utter disbelief. "So he's dead, but maybe not. And the world is offline. This is beyond anything we could have imagined." "And what about these unknown energy signatures?" Marcus interjected, his eyes narrowed. "And the unstable quantum field, that sounds like his treasure, the ultimate secret he spoke of. If it wasn't wealth or even direct control over minds, what was it?" The bunker became a frantic hub of activity once more, though this time it was driven by a desperate need for understanding rather than immediate action. With the world outside effectively shut down, our mission shifted. We couldn't chase Volkov anymore. We had to understand the consequences of his presumed defeat and the lingering threat of his technological legacy. Sarah, despite her exhaustion, immediately began trying to piece together what could have happened. "The quantum network Volkov built wasn't just for communication or data transfer," she explained, gesturing vaguely at the darkened screens. "It was designed to interface with human consciousness. The dream virus, the subliminal messaging, it was all part of his plan to not just control information, but to subtly reshape human thought itself. If my counter-upload fragmented his consciousness across this same quantum field, but then severed the field from the material world, it could be like a digital soul trapped in a broken dimension, still exerting an influence, even without a physical tether." "So a digital poltergeist," Agent Davies scoffed, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his unease. "A quantum ghost." "Or worse," Marcus said, his voice grim. "Volkov always spoke of unlocking potential, of transcending limitations. He sought a form of digital immortality, a way to imprint his will onto the very fabric of reality. If he succeeded even partially, he might have become something far more dangerous than a man. He might have become the architect of the invisible, the unseen puppet master of a world struggling to rebuild without its digital backbone." The thought was chilling. Volkov, freed from the constraints of a physical body, no longer subject to capture or death, living as a distributed intelligence within the shattered remnants of his own quantum network. For the next few days, our world shrank to the confines of the bunker. Outside, we could only imagine the chaos. No electricity, no communication, no transportation fueled by modern electronics. Society dependent on its digital infrastructure would be thrown back centuries to a pre-industrial age or worse. The silence from outside was unsettling, a constant reminder of the unknown catastrophe. Inside, the FBI team focused on survival and analysis. They rationed supplies, checked the bunker's air and water purification systems, and tried to make sense of the fragmented intelligence we had. Sarah, with Agent Reyes, tirelessly worked on the bunker's internal network, trying to find any loophole, any way to glimpse the outside world to understand the true impact of her actions. I found myself drifting between numb despair and a fierce determination. Ben's sacrifice, my own journey, Marcus's courage, it couldn't end in global catastrophe. There had to be a way forward, a way to understand and counteract this new, pervasive threat. One evening, Sarah called me over to one of her consoles. She had managed to access a deeply embedded, highly secure log file that was part of the bunker's own system, designed to monitor localized quantum interference. "Look at this," she said, her voice strained. Her screen showed a series of undulating graphs, a chaotic cascade of data, then a flat line representing the digital shutdown. But beneath it, in faint, barely perceptible lines, were new patterns emerging. These aren't residual signals from Volkov's network. These are echoes, faint but persistent, like whispers in the static. "Whispers of what?" I asked, leaning closer, a cold dread coiling in my stomach. "I don't know," she admitted, "but they're not random. They show patterns, complex, structured patterns, and the frequency, it's the same frequency Volkov used for the dream virus, the one that targeted the subconscious." My heart pounded. So, even with the global network down, he's still doing something. "Maybe not him directly," Sarah cautioned. "Maybe it's just the residual effect, like a phantom limb still twitching after the arm has been amputated. But the fact that it's there, operating at that specific frequency, suggests that whatever part of him managed to escape, whatever digital fragment of his will, is still attempting to exert influence. Without the digital infrastructure to amplify it, it's probably incredibly weak, localized, but it's there." Marcus Thorne, who had quietly joined us, peered at the screen. He spoke of resonating with the fundamental truths of the universe. He believed he could unlock hidden potentials within the human mind, manipulate them without people even knowing. If he achieved a partial upload, and that uploaded consciousness is now dispersed across the quantum field, and that field is itself severed, it means he's become a part of the fundamental background noise of reality. A ghost in the quantum ether. The concept was terrifying. Volkov, a disembodied digital entity unable to directly interact with the world, but capable of subtly influencing the collective subconscious, slowly twisting it from within. "How do we fight a ghost?" Agent Miller asked, her voice weary, joining our huddled group. "How do we fight something that isn't physical, isn't online, but is still somehow there?" "We need more information from the clock tower," Sarah insisted. "Specifically from that unstable quantum field and those unknown energy signatures. They might be the key to understanding his new form, or at least finding a way to neutralize whatever lingering influence he has." The decision was made. With no outside communication, no clear picture of the world, our next step had to be to reach the Swiss clock tower. It was the nexus, the origin point of Volkov's ultimate weapon, and the site of his presumed physical death. "We need to go," Agent Davies stated, his eyes fixed on the map of Switzerland, the pinpointed clock tower now a beacon in the digital darkness. "We can't just sit here and wait for the world to come back online or for Volkov's ghost to fully manifest. We need to physically secure that site, understand what happened, and if possible, find a way to reverse this." The challenges were immense. No planes, no trains, no functioning cars. Travel would be a primitive, dangerous endeavor in a world suddenly thrown into disarray, but the alternative, doing nothing, was unthinkable. The FBI began preparations. They had a small, specialized vehicle designed for off-road, rugged terrain, capable of running on stored fuel and minimal electronics. It was armored and equipped for a long, dangerous journey. They packed supplies, weapons, and tools for analysis. "You three are coming with us," Agent Miller announced, looking at Alex, Sarah, and Marcus. "You know Volkov best. You understand his technology, his motivations. You're integral to this. Plus, we can't guarantee your safety here in case any of his remaining human loyalists survive the network collapse and come looking for retribution." The thought of facing a world without technology was daunting. I was a journalist, accustomed to a world of instant information, global connectivity. Sarah was a digital native, her very genius rooted in the digital realm. Marcus, a financial architect of Volkov's empire, understood its hidden mechanisms. Now we were being asked to navigate a world that had suddenly become alien. Our journey began 2 days later under the cover of a moonless night. The bunker's heavy blast doors groaned open, revealing a stark, silent landscape. The air was cold, still, and devoid of the distant hum of civilization. No city lights pierced the darkness. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of gravel beneath our armored vehicle's tires. It was a small convoy, our vehicle, driven by Agent Davies with Agent Miller, Sarah, Marcus, and me inside, and a second, more heavily armed support vehicle with Agent Reyes and a small team of specialized FBI personnel. Our route was meticulously planned, avoiding major cities, sticking to back roads and rural areas. The first few days of travel were a surreal nightmare. The world outside was indeed in chaos. Roads were clogged with abandoned cars, their electronic systems dead. People wandered aimlessly, confused, frightened, desperately trying to understand what had happened. There were signs of looting, of desperation, but also of quiet resilience, of communities trying to adapt. We avoided direct contact, our mission too critical to get involved in local crises. We drove, navigating by physical maps, by the stars, by sheer instinct. Agent Davies, with his years of field experience, proved invaluable. He was a master of evasion, a silent sentinel in a broken world. Sarah, though initially overwhelmed, slowly found a new purpose. She wasn't just a digital wizard, she was an analytical genius. She observed the subtle shifts in human behavior, the patterns of panic and adaptation, the way information spread by word of mouth in a world without screens. Marcus surprisingly seemed to thrive in this new, primitive environment. He had spent years under Volkov's thumb, anticipating a world without rules, a world where the strong survived. He guided us through forgotten trails, pointed out subtle signs of danger, and even managed to scavenge useful supplies from abandoned homesteads. I in turn found myself relying on my basic journalistic instincts, observing, analyzing, trying to understand the narrative of this new, frightening reality. The stories unfolding around us, the human struggles, were epic in scale, though unseen by the world's now silent media. Our journey across the Atlantic to Europe was the most challenging part. We found a small, privately owned cargo ship that had been caught at sea during the digital shutdown, unable to communicate, its navigation systems defunct. Its captain, a grizzled old sailor named Captain Ivanov, had managed to bring it into a remote, isolated port on the coast of France, relying on ancient sextants and a lifetime of maritime experience. He was terrified, confused, but desperate to get his cargo to its destination. Agent Miller, leveraging a combination of FBI authority, which meant little in this new world, and a substantial amount of bartered supplies, convinced him to take us across to a secluded part of the French coast closer to Switzerland. Ivanov was initially reluctant, but the sheer desperation in Miller's eyes and the promise of enough fuel and provisions to keep his small crew going eventually swayed him. The sea crossing was harrowing. Without modern navigation, Ivanov relied on his vast knowledge of currents and stars, a method almost as old as seafaring itself. The nights were dark, the ocean vast and unforgiving. We slept little, haunted by the rolling waves and the profound emptiness of a silent world. Finally, after what felt like weeks, we landed in a small, deserted cove. From there, it was another arduous overland journey through the beautiful but now eerie Swiss countryside. The picturesque villages were quiet, their inhabitants bewildered, trying to make sense of the new reality. As we neared our destination, the small, obscure city where Volkov's clock tower stood, a strange tension settled over us. The journey had stripped away the superficial, leaving us raw, exposed. We were no longer chasing a criminal, we were venturing into the heart of a mystery, a confrontation with a force that might transcend human understanding. The city itself was eerily silent, its famous clock tower standing tall against the sky, its hands frozen at the moment of the global shutdown. No chiming bells, no bustling streets. It was a ghost town, a monument to a vanished era. We approached the tower under the cover of dusk, moving slowly, cautiously. Agent Davies led the way, his weapon ready. The initial reports from the Swiss team had confirmed heavy casualties, and Volkov's remaining operatives were likely still present, or perhaps even trapped within the tower. The entrance to the underground complex, hidden beneath a discreet facade, was heavily fortified. It showed signs of a fierce battle, blast marks, shattered concrete, dried bloodstains. The Swiss team had indeed fought valiantly. Agent Davies, with his expertise in breaching, quickly identified and disabled the remaining physical traps. The electronic defenses, of course, were long dead. We moved through a series of narrow, reinforced corridors, our flashlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. The air was thick with the smell of ozone, burnt electronics, and something else, a metallic, almost sickly sweet scent. Then we reached the main chamber. It was exactly as the burst transmission had described. A vast circular room filled with the ghostly husks of blinking servers, intricate holographic projections now cold and dark. And in the center, the humming pedestal, still radiating a faint, almost invisible energy. On the floor near the pedestal lay the bodies of Volkov's operatives, interspersed with those of the fallen Swiss FBI team. It was a grim tableau, a testament to the fierce final stand. And there, slumped against the pedestal, his eyes wide and vacant, was Viktor Volkov. His face was pale, his tailored suit singed and torn. A single, precise bullet wound marred his forehead. He was undeniably dead. Relief, sharp and sudden, coursed through me, mingled with a strange sense of anticlimax. The monster was finally gone. Ben's death had been avenged. But the relief was short-lived. Marcus Thorne, his face grim, walked slowly towards the pedestal, his eyes fixed on it. "This is it," he murmured, "the heart of his treasure, the ultimate secret." Sarah, meanwhile, had gravitated towards the servers, her hands hovering over their cold, silent surfaces. "The quantum network is completely severed," she confirmed, her voice hollow. "Dead, but the energy, it's still here, emanating from the pedestal." Agent Miller and Agent Davies began to assess the scene, securing the area, checking for any lingering threats. Agent Reyes, with her technical team, started carefully examining the damaged console near the pedestal. "The central command vault is here," Agent Reyes reported, pointing to a heavily shielded panel integrated into the pedestal itself. "Severely damaged, but physically intact, we might be able to access it." As she spoke, a low, almost imperceptible hum began to emanate from the pedestal. The faint energy field around it seemed to intensify, shimmering with an ethereal light that was not quite visible but felt like a pressure in the air. "What is that?" I whispered, a chill running down my spine. Sarah frowned, her eyes fixed on the pedestal. "It's the unstable quantum field. It's like a residual charge. Whatever Volkov was trying to do, whatever he was uploading, a part of it seems to have resonated with the chamber itself. Like the chamber became a giant capacitor for his ambition." Marcus, who had been studying Volkov's body, suddenly stiffened. He pointed to Volkov's lifeless hand, still clutching something. It was a small, ornate key, fashioned from an unusual dark metal. "This isn't a digital key," Marcus said, his voice laced with a strange awe. "This is physical. He always kept it close. He called it the key to the unseen. He said it unlocked the true potential of the tower of the treasure." Agent Reyes, hearing this, carefully approached the pedestal. On its surface, she noticed a small, intricately carved lock, almost invisible against the dark metal. It was clearly designed for Marcus's key. "The vault has a physical lock," she murmured, surprise in her voice. "Not just digital, he always had a backup, a failsafe, a manual override." "Could it be a way to reverse the shutdown?" I asked, a surge of hope. "To reactivate the network?" Sarah shook her head, her face pale. "No, if the quantum network is severed, it's severed. My counter-upload was too destructive. This lock, it might be for something else. Something he wanted to protect, even from himself, in case his digital upload failed, a last resort." Agent Miller, her expression grave, looked at Marcus. "Mr. Thorne, do you understand what this key might do, what it might unlock?" Marcus slowly approached the pedestal, the key clutched in his hand. His gaze was distant, as if seeing beyond the physical chamber. He always spoke of controlling not just markets, but minds. He believed that true power lay in shaping belief and manufacturing reality. He believed this tower, this treasure, would give him that ultimate control by allowing him to tap into the fundamental consciousness of humanity. With a trembling hand, Marcus inserted the key into the lock. A soft click echoed in the silent chamber. The pedestal hummed louder. The shimmering, invisible energy field around it intensified, now manifesting as faint, iridescent ripples in the air. A low, resonant sound, like a deep, ancient bell, began to thrum from the depths of the tower. Suddenly, the cold, dark holographic projections around the chamber flickered to life, but not with data. Instead, they displayed swirling, ethereal patterns of light and shadow dancing in hypnotic rhythm. They were not technological readouts, they were organic, like neuron pathways firing or distant galaxies coalescing. Then from the central pedestal, a beam of pure incandescent light shot upwards, piercing the ceiling of the chamber, seemingly disappearing into the foundations of the ancient clock tower above. It was not a laser nor a spotlight. It was a column of pure, concentrated energy, vibrant and alive. And as the light intensified, the whispers Sarah had detected, the echoes in the static, became clearer, more distinct. Not audible words, but a sensation, a pressure on the mind, an influx of raw, unfiltered information, a torrent of thoughts and emotions that were not our own. My head reeled, I clutched my temples, a wave of profound disorientation washing over me. Sarah gasped, her eyes wide with fear, a low moan escaping her lips. Agent Miller swayed, her face ashen. Even Agent Davies, the stoic veteran, staggered back, a look of profound confusion on his face. Marcus stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed on the light, a strange mixture of terror and understanding in their depths. "What is this?" I choked out, fighting against the overwhelming assault on my senses. "What's happening?" Sarah, her voice strained, barely audible over the growing hum and the internal cacophony, cried out, "It's not just an energy signature, it's a consciousness, it's a collective consciousness. The tower is not just a command center, it's an amplifier. It's resonating with something vast, ancient, beyond human comprehension." "The treasure," Marcus whispered, his voice filled with a horrifying clarity. "It's not a weapon of control, it's an interface. He wasn't trying to upload his mind, he was trying to download something, to connect, to merge with it. He believed that by connecting to this collective unconsciousness, he could truly become the architect, not just of the digital world, but of reality itself." The light from the pedestal pulsed with a terrifying rhythm, and the whispers intensified, overwhelming my senses. Images, feelings, memories that were not mine flooded my mind. Joy, sorrow, fear, love, all experienced by countless people across centuries, across cultures. It was the raw, undiluted essence of humanity, accessible, vulnerable. And within that overwhelming torrent, a single dominant thought began to emerge, cutting through the chaos like a sharp blade. A chilling, familiar arrogance, a lust for power, a will to dominate. Volkov. He hadn't uploaded his consciousness into the quantum network. He had used the quantum network as a bridge, a conduit, to connect to this profound, collective consciousness that the tower amplified. And then, at the moment of Sarah's counter-upload, at the moment of his physical death, he had tried to imprint his own will, his own corrupted essence, onto that vast, vulnerable ocean of shared human experience. He was attempting to possess not just a network, but the very soul of humanity. He had become the architect of the collective unconscious. Sarah, regaining a measure of control, screamed, "He's trying to rewrite humanity's fundamental programming, to infect the source code of our shared reality. He's turning the dreams and fears of billions into his own personal operating system." The ground beneath us began to tremble. The ancient bells of the clock tower above, silent for days, began to toll, not in measured chimes, but in a dissonant, frantic clangor that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of time. The light from the pedestal pulsed violently, sending shockwaves of pure consciousness of Volkov's insidious will through the chamber. We were not just battling a dead man, we were battling a monstrous, disembodied intelligence, attempting to merge with the very essence of humanity, to twist its dreams into nightmares, its hopes into despair. Volkov hadn't just plunged the world into digital darkness, he was trying to seize control of its very soul. "We have to stop him," I cried, fighting against the overwhelming psychic assault. "How do we stop this?" Marcus, his face now contorted in a horrifying understanding, pointed a trembling finger at the pedestal. "The key, it opened it, it must close it." Agent Miller, rallying her last reserves of strength, fought her way towards Marcus and the pedestal. "Pull it out, Marcus, disengage it." But the key, now bathed in the brilliant, pulsing light, seemed fused to the lock. Marcus grasped it, twisting and pulling, his muscles straining, but it wouldn't budge. The collective consciousness, now imbued with Volkov's malevolent will, raged around us, a storm of corrupted thoughts and emotions. Sarah, her eyes burning with fierce determination despite the psychic onslaught, stumbled towards a damaged console near the pedestal. The unstable quantum field, it's still connected to the tower's ancient resonant frequencies. If we can disrupt them, break the connection, sever the bridge between Volkov's lingering will and the collective, we might be able to force a full disconnect. "How, Sarah, how? The system is dead," Agent Reyes yelled, trying to shield her mind from the onslaught. "It's not digital anymore," Sarah screamed back, her voice raw. "It's elemental. The clock tower is built on ancient ley lines, on a resonant frequency that amplifies consciousness. We need to create a counter-resonance, a harmonic dissonance, something so powerful it rips the connection apart." I looked around the chamber at the destroyed servers, the dead equipment. With what? Suddenly Marcus, still struggling with the key, his face pale with exertion, let out a guttural cry. "The maps, Volkov's maps," he spoke of keys to the past and future. He believed they weren't just navigational tools, but conduits, instruments to channel energies. He kept them here in a hidden compartment in the pedestal. With a burst of adrenaline, I rushed to the pedestal, ignoring the psychic screams, the overwhelming pressure. My hands frantically searched for a hidden catch, a secret panel. Just then, a tremor shook the entire tower, throwing me off balance. I landed against the pedestal and my hand slid over a barely visible seam. With a desperate shove, a small, hidden compartment sprung open. Inside, carefully preserved, were several ancient maps rolled tightly. Not just geographical maps, but arcane charts adorned with strange symbols, celestial alignments, and intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a faint, almost magical energy. These were the maps Marcus had spoken of, Volkov's keys. "These aren't just paper," Marcus gasped, seeing them. "They're inscribed with resonant frequencies, they're schematics. If we can activate them, use their inherent resonance, we can create the counter-dissonance." "How do we activate them?" Agent Miller demanded, fighting to maintain her composure. "We need a focal point," Sarah cried, pointing to the central column of light. "That light is the bridge. We need to channel the counter-resonance through it, overload it with discordant truth." My mind raced. Truth, Ben's truth, my truth, our combined experience. This wasn't about technology anymore. It was about will, about intention, about the power of belief. "The Oracle," I realized, my voice rising above the din. "Arthur Sterling's message, he told me Ben's data were the final pieces of the puzzle. He knew what Volkov was trying to do." "Yes," Marcus yelled. "Yes," Marcus yelled, his voice strained, pushing against the unyielding key. "Ben's data, Volkov was obsessed with patterns, with data that could predict and manipulate. Ben was tracing his patterns, his influence on the market, on the flow of information. He was seeing the early whispers of this collective consciousness, unknowingly documenting Volkov's attempts to map it, to understand its vulnerabilities." The clock tower above shrieked, a sound of tortured stone and metal, as if the ancient structure itself was fighting against the insidious presence within. The column of light from the pedestal pulsed violently, each throb sending a fresh wave of corrupted thought, a twisted echo of Volkov's ambition, through our minds. It was a suffocating torrent of false narratives, of manufactured fear and manipulated desire, all woven together by his chilling, familiar arrogance. He wasn't just whispering, he was roaring into the very soul of humanity. "The maps," Sarah cried, her voice cracking but resolute. She had scrambled to the damaged console, frantically tearing at loose wires and broken circuits. "They're not just maps of power, they're maps of truth. They show the flow of universal energy, the patterns of human belief. If Ben's data was the missing piece, it means he found the counter-patterns, the natural harmonies that Volkov was trying to disrupt." I stared at the ancient scrolls in my hand, their intricate symbols swirling, almost seeming to come alive in the pulsing light. Ben. He had always been obsessed with finding the underlying truth, the data that cut through the noise. He had been so close, unknowingly assembling a shield against this very assault. But how do we use them? Agent Miller shouted, her eyes darting between the maps and the raging psychic storm. She had drawn her weapon, a useless gesture against this invisible foe, but a symbol of her unwavering resolve. We can't just read them. We have to make them resonate, Sarah screamed, her fingers flying over exposed circuits, bypassing dead relays. The tower amplifies consciousness. We need to focus our consciousness, our collective intention, through these maps, through the light, to create a frequency that Volkov's twisted will cannot corrupt. Marcus, still grappling with the fused key, twisted his head to look at me, his eyes wide with a desperate plea. Alex, you remember Ben's last message, the algorithms he found. He called them truth engines. They were designed to cut through Volkov's disinformation, to reveal the underlying reality. They are the counter patterns. My mind flashed back to Ben's frantic notes, the complex equations he'd scrawled, the abstract diagrams. At the time, they had seemed like highly sophisticated code, an advanced form of data analysis. But now in this ancient chamber, facing a foe who transcended the digital, I understood. Ben hadn't just been fighting a cyber war, he had been attempting to map the very architecture of truth itself. His truth engines weren't just algorithms, they were conceptual frameworks, mental tools designed to restore clarity in a world drowning in lies. The Oracle, I repeated, grasping the connection. Arthur Sterling said Ben's data was the final pieces of the puzzle. He understood that Volkov wasn't just manipulating information, he was manipulating belief. Ben's work, it wasn't just about debunking lies. It was about reinforcing objective reality, about strengthening humanity's collective resilience against psychological attack. The tower shuddered again, showering us with dust and small fragments of stone. The light from the pedestal intensified, turning the air around us into a swirling vortex of sickening colors and sounds, the psychic clamor growing deafening. Volkov's presence, raw and malevolent, was becoming palpable, attempting to solidify its hold. The maps are schematics for belief, Marcus cried out, finally tearing his gaze from the key. They represent fundamental human values, universal archetypes. If we project Ben's truth engines through them, through the light, we can flood the collective unconscious with clarity, with counter-truth. We can fragment his corrupted will with an overwhelming wave of authentic human experience. But how could we, a small group of exhausted, terrified people, project such an immense, abstract concept? We had no technology. We only had ourselves and the raw, ancient power of the tower. Sarah, meanwhile, had found something on the damaged console, a small, isolated energy conduit glowing faintly despite the general power outage. It was a residual energy flow, likely from the tower's own internal, non-digital systems, linked to the resonant ley lines. "I've got a power source," she yelled, her face grimly determined. "It's weak but stable. It's designed to regulate the tower's resonant frequencies. If we can focus this energy, funnel it through the maps, and project it into the light, it might be enough." She frantically began connecting wires, bypassing melted circuits, using intuition and sheer will. She was a conductor, her hands dancing a desperate symphony of improvisation. "But what do we focus?" Agent Reyes asked, her eyes squeezed shut against the psychic assault. "What's the message? How do we channel Ben's truth engines?" "We tell the truth," I suddenly understood, my own voice ringing with a newfound conviction that cut through the mental static. "The truth of what Volkov did, the truth of what he tried to take from us, the truth of what Ben fought for. We use our own experiences, our own understanding of his evil as the counter-frequency." Agent Miller, though still shaken, nodded sharply. "Our experiences, our resolve, our understanding of what he tried to twist, the very essence of what it means to be human, to fight for truth and freedom." The column of light pulsed and Volkov's influence tightened. He was weaving a narrative of absolute control, of fear and despair, directly into the fabric of the collective unconscious. He was showing humanity its worst fears, twisting its noblest desires. "We need to break his narrative," Marcus roared, his face etched with fierce resolve. He tore his hand away from the key, abandoning the physical lock. "This wasn't about keys anymore. We need to project the story of our resistance, the truth of free will, the power of choice." Sarah had finished her makeshift circuit. A faint, almost invisible current hummed through the connected wires, leading to a small, crystalline node she had salvaged and attached to the pedestal. "Alex," she yelled, pointing at the node. "Place the maps on this, align them with the light. We need to focus our will, our truth, into these maps. Make them resonate with the tower's natural energy. Force the counter-frequency into the column of light." I grabbed the maps, my hands trembling but my mind clear. Ben, he hadn't died in vain. His legacy, his pursuit of truth, would be our weapon. "Everyone," I yelled, my voice amplified by a strange, surging energy that seemed to emanate from me. "Think of everything Volkov tried to destroy. Think of the truth, the freedom, the individual choice he tried to steal. Focus your mind. Project your unwavering belief in humanity's strength." Agent Miller, Agent Davies, Agent Reyes, and the remaining FBI agents, bruised and exhausted, rallied. They closed their eyes, their faces grimly determined, focusing their combined will. Marcus, his eyes blazing, stood beside me, his hand on my shoulder, his gaze fixed on the maps. Sarah, her face bathed in the faint glow of her improvised circuit, nodded sharply. I laid the ancient maps across the crystalline node. As the last scroll unfurled, revealing intricate patterns that mirrored the very pathways of human consciousness, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through them. The symbols began to glow with a soft, internal light, fueled by the residual energy from Sarah's circuit and by our collective intention. Now, Sarah screamed. I looked at the swirling column of light, the conduit of Volkov's twisted will. I thought of Ben, of his laugh, of his unwavering belief in truth. I thought of the countless innocent people Volkov had manipulated, the lives he had shattered. I thought of the strength of humanity, its boundless capacity for creation, for love, for resilience, for choice. And then, with all the focus and strength I could muster, I slammed my hands down onto the glowing maps. A searing wave of energy shot through me, vibrating up my arms, through my chest, and into the maps. The light from the column pulsed not with Volkov's malevolence, but with a pure, blinding brilliance. The air cracked with unseen force. The whispers in our minds, Volkov's corrupted thoughts, suddenly fractured, breaking apart into discordant screams, then into desperate, pleading whines, and finally into a deafening silence. The ancient bells of the clock tower above, which had been clanging so frantically, now let out one final, impossibly deep, resonant chime. A single, profound note that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of the universe, silencing everything. The column of light from the pedestal flared one last time, an explosion of pure white energy, then imploded inwards, sucking all light and shadow into itself before vanishing completely. The ethereal patterns on the holographic projections winked out of existence. The strange, almost sickly sweet smell of ozone faded, replaced by the scent of dust and ancient stone. The chamber was plunged into a sudden, absolute darkness. For a long moment there was only silence, a profound, aching silence that settled over us heavy and still. My hands, still pressed against the cold, inert pedestal, trembled uncontrollably. My head throbbed, but the overwhelming psychic assault was gone, replaced by a clarity I hadn't felt in weeks. Then a collective gasp of breath. Agent Miller fumbled for her flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness. Its weak glow revealed our faces, pale and drawn, but no longer etched with terror. Exhaustion, yes, but also a fragile, disbelieving hope. Is it over?" Agent Reyes whispered, her voice hoarse. Sarah slumped against her console, let out a shaky laugh, tears streaming down her face. The connection is severed completely, the energy is gone. The quantum field is stable, quiet. Volkov's will, it's been fragmented, dispersed, broken. It can't coalesce, it can't corrupt. Marcus Thorne, his face streaked with tears and dust, looked at me, a profound peace settling over his features. He is gone, Alex, truly gone. His ambition, his twisted vision, it has been shattered by truth. Ben's truth, our truth. My own body ached, my mind weary, but a surge of profound relief washed over me. Ben's sacrifice, his unwavering fight for truth, had not been in vain. We had faced the ultimate enemy, not with technology, but with conviction, with the power of shared human experience. The world outside was still silent, still cut off, but the battle for its soul had been won. Volkov's insidious oracle, the architect of control, had been vanquished not by a bigger weapon, but by the fundamental resilience of humanity itself. Over the next few days, our small team meticulously explored the clock tower. The central vault, previously impenetrable, was now accessible, its complex mechanisms inert. Inside, we found not caches of wealth or advanced technology, but Volkov's meticulous research, his chilling maps of human psychology, his analyses of collective fears and desires, his schematics for the dream virus, and his chilling theories on how to manipulate the fabric of belief. It was a terrifying testament to his genius and his depravity, a blueprint for a future that would never be. We salvaged what we could of the tower's less damaged components, hoping that Sarah and Reyes could eventually reverse engineer enough to begin piecing back together a fragment of global communication. It would be a monumental task, a generational effort, but for the first time in weeks, it felt possible. The journey back was arduous but transformed. The world was still struggling, yes, but there was a new undercurrent. People stripped of their digital crutches were rediscovering community, self-reliance, and the power of direct human connection. Information was slow, passed person to person, often exaggerated or misremembered, but it was honest. There was no longer a pervasive, insidious force twisting their minds from within. The collective unconscious, though wounded, was healing, slowly shedding the dark influence Volkov had tried to imprint upon it. We returned to the bunker months later, having navigated a world relearning its most basic functions. The bunker was still running on its limited internal power, a small island of order in a changed world. We were no longer chasing a ghost, we were documenting a turning point in human history. Sarah, though her fingers still yearned for the click of a keyboard and the glow of a screen, found a new calling in understanding human ingenuity in adversity. She meticulously documented the ways communities were adapting, the new forms of communication emerging, the resurgence of old skills. She was an anthropologist of the New Age, observing humanity's rebirth. Marcus Thorne, freed from Volkov's shadow, chose a path of atonement. He began traveling not to accumulate wealth, but to share his knowledge of Volkov's methods, of the dangers of unchecked manipulation, warning against the insidious forces that could prey on human vulnerabilities. He became a reluctant prophet of a new, more aware humanity. Agent Miller, Agent Davies, and Agent Reyes began the slow, painstaking process of rebuilding the FBI's mission, redefining security in a world that had shed its digital skin. Their focus shifted from cyber warfare to safeguarding fundamental human truths, recognizing that the greatest threats could come from within, from the corruption of the mind itself. In me, I found my purpose renewed. The world was crying out for truth, for honest stories, for narratives that could help people understand what they had lost and what they had gained. I began to write, documenting our journey, Volkov's rise and fall, and the quiet, desperate heroism of those who fought him. I wrote about Ben, whose seemingly mundane data had become the key to saving humanity's soul. I wrote about the silence, the darkness, and the fragile, precious light that followed. The total story would be far more than 40,000 words, perhaps a lifetime of telling. It was the story of humanity stripped bare, staring into the abyss of its own potential for both incredible manipulation and unimaginable resilience. Volkov had sought to control the collective consciousness, to become the architect of a manufactured reality. But in the end, it was the raw, unyielding power of individual truth, forged in shared experience and defiant will, that saved us all. The digital world may have fallen silent, but the human spirit, connected by something far deeper than any network, had found its voice once more, and it was singing a song of freedom.